and privilege of coordinating the Regional Policy Council, part of MHA's wonderful array of programming. And our representatives are all here today. There's Barb Johnston from New Jersey, Ben Harrington, I saw a few minutes ago, from MHA of East Tennessee, Shauna Mulvihill from Mental Health Minnesota, and Laura Evans from our affiliate Vibrant America. Vibrant Emotional Health, excuse me, that was a mouthful. And you'll be hearing more from them later. The Regional Policy Council coordinates our MHA affiliates all across the country, and we work on the really difficult issues and on making really substantive systems change. And you'll see them in action. You'll get to know more about what we do, and we are all across the country. And one of the things that it is always my honor and privilege to do is to be able to thank our mental health champions. And we will get to thanking them in a few minutes and do some wonderful awards. And we'll hear from NCSL. And we really appreciate that they have always been so gracious to us to allow us to be an ancillary meeting and to catch legislators doing wonderful things for mental health. I'm also going to just note the most important bit of housekeeping. The restrooms are right around the corner. And I hope folks will please feel free to get up and get more food and coffee and tea and the lovely desserts that are here. But we're going to start today with a greeting from somebody who's very, very special, not only to us at Mental Health America, but really special to the rest of the mental health field. Schroeder, that's you. You're coming up. So please help me welcome MHA CEO and President Schroeder Swidler.
Good morning. How's everyone? Lovely to see you. So nice to see so many familiar faces and some new faces. And I look forward to meeting you all. For those that I haven't yet had the pleasure of meeting yet. I wanted to start today by recommitting ourselves. At Mental Health America, we are working for the day when all Americans have equitable opportunity for mental health and well-being, have access to the care and treatment they seek, and the promise of recovery and healing when needed. We are enormously proud to be working together with all of you here today who are similarly committed to that vision. As is our custom at regional policy meetings today, we will have the privilege of honoring 12 bipartisan and bicameral legislators from 9 states who have been outstanding in your commitment to the mental health of your constituents. We thank you for your leadership, for your vision, and for your determination. As we open up today's ceremonies, I want to also join Debbie in thanking our partners and sponsors for this meeting. You know that without your support, we would not have this important opportunity to uplift these examples of public health leadership, and we are enormously grateful. I also want to thank the National Council for State Legislators for your continued collaboration and to extend a warm welcome today to NCSL Representatives Carmen Hansen and Tammy Jo Hill. At today's Regional Policy Council, we're thrilled to be welcoming some current and former honorees as speakers, in addition to other national experts, mental health affiliate and board leaders, and Indiana state officials, as we discuss some of our most pressing and challenging mental health policy issues. This Policy Council is a vital vehicle for progress. It's an opportunity on a national stage to uplift and honor legislators from around the country whose work on these pressing issues is an inspiration and an example to others. We are all affected by the current crisis. We hold here today our personal stories, as well as those of neighbors, colleagues, loved ones. We know that half of all people will be diagnosed with a mental illness in our lifetimes. Illness does not discriminate, and we are proud to come together around what is a universal concern for public well-being. You all have demonstrated that wherever we stand, we can provide leadership for effective public mental health policy and practice, which promotes the rights and potential of all people, protects the most vulnerable among us, and addresses our mental health outcome disparities. As a national network, Mental Health America has 143 community-based affiliates and a national office in DC, where we pursue research, public education, and public policy. Our Regional Policy Council is made up of those key leaders that Debbie just named. They all have a vested interest in and an expertise in state and local policy, and they're further committed to supporting their colleagues around the country in strong policy leadership. So I want to thank that fearsome foursome for your very hard work all year round. And I also want to recognize Debbie Plotnick from our national staff, whose warm and enthusiastic leadership herself is central to the success of the RPC program and a part of the MHA family, which we love. And I would be remiss not to mention the other staff of the national office who keep the mission running every single day. Some of you are here. Raise your hands if you're here, national staff, so we can thank you. I look forward to an informative day ahead where we will be talking about this first full year of 988. We'll hear a personal account about the effect of current legislative efforts on the mental health of young and especially LGBTQ young people. We'll talk about support for mental health in rural communities. We'll hear about system transformation in Indiana. We'll talk about the significance of faith and justice in mental health, and we'll learn more about the work of the MHA affiliates around the country and the leadership of the Regional Policy Council. So in closing, I wanted to note what an inspirational day we had yesterday at Mental Health America of Indiana. Thank you to my friend and colleague, CEO Steve McCaffrey, and his whole team for sharing with us the remarkable work that you are doing to change the landscape of mental health, crisis response, and pathways to recovery for, I think I say Hoosiers now. Okay, for Hoosiers. I first had Indianans and I was like, no, I think I gotta get with the language. So our team from National was really impressed and inspired by the breadth and the depth of your work and by the success of your advocacy efforts. And while we're here today, I know that we're going to have a chance to honor your colleague, Indiana State Senator Michael Kreider. And I want to note that together, you exemplify the power of collaboration to make real change for real people. So whatever your role in this work and in this vision and this mission, I thank you for your presence here today. It is an honor to be with you, and I look forward to hearing what is ahead. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Schroeder. Is Carmen Hansen here in the room? Carmen was here earlier. Oh, there you are. Carmen, did you want to say something on behalf of NCSL real quick? I'm literally going to squeeze in a minute or two for you because we really appreciate you being here.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here on behalf of NCSL and being part of the NCSL Summit here in Indianapolis. Thank you, Mental Health America, for bringing this important topic to not only the minds for people who care about mental health issues, but to the awareness of people across the country for you yourselves, your constituents, your family members, like they were mentioning. It's really valuable. So we really appreciate the work that you all do as legislators. We're always here to help you. Let us know if you have questions. We're always happy to help. And that's, I think, my minute. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we so appreciate NCSL allowing us to come. And as I said, catch legislators doing wonderful things for mental health. We're going to dive right in, and we have a very special guest joining us. One of our former honorees, we have a number of former honorees who will be joining us throughout the day today. But you're going to hear from somebody who's since become a big celebrity, and we're so proud of her, and we're so proud of her work, and we're going to hear about it. Representative Gloria Johnson from Tennessee. We are honored and thrilled to have you here, and I'm going to let her tell the story of not only being such a great mental health champion, but being such a champion for voice and choice.
Thank you all so much. It's an honor to be here. Great to be with folks. So some of my favorite folks, mental health professionals, because before I was ever even thinking about politics, I was a special education teacher working predominantly with high school emotionally disturbed behavior disorder students. And it's amazing to see that even regardless of what school I was in, even if say the school was 50% Black students, 50% white students, if I had a class of 10, I might have one Black student. And I kept thinking, how come I don't see my class is predominantly white in a very school that's very divided and mixed evenly? And it's because very often the Black students end up going a juvenile justice route instead of the recognition that they also had mental health issues and behavioral problems. And changing that is incredibly difficult. You know, that awareness to me is sort of what brought me to politics in a sense, because what I was seeing through the extreme testing of students and not really addressing that emotionality. I first worked in a program that did an amazing job at addressing students with emotional issues. Great, but gradually it's cuts and cuts and cuts. And we see going back to where we started, and those problems are rising again. But initially the program did an amazing job, but it also, we weren't seeing equity in the discipline and consequences for students. And that had to be addressed. I saw that it wasn't being addressed. And I saw that as we cut those programs, it got worse and worse, and we were seeing more of the school to prison pipeline. I ran for office because they were so focused on taking a test and passing that test that the mental health issues went to the side. And it causes a huge problem for students, and we can do better than that. I always tell folks that my 27 years with emotionally disturbed teenagers prepared me for the legislature. But, you know, just working with those mental health professionals, and, you know, we'd come in the morning, we'd have a group of the kids and get them on track. They could learn. They weren't behind academically. It's just they needed to deal with what was happening at home and with their emotional issues in order to be prepared to go into the class. And it was a wonderful program. And as the cuts continued and as the focus was on testing and test outcomes, we really were no longer allowed to do that. So I felt it was important to run for office, to bring some change to that and get the focus back on the whole child. And that is why I appreciate what you all do so much, because I know you guys are under the gun cuts and all of that stuff. And you do amazing work in some states with so little, and I appreciate it so much. But, you know, I'm in a state where the majority has blocked Medicaid expansion. We're one of the 9 states who has not expanded. And healthcare includes mental health care. And that's 300,000 people that we could be serving currently that we are not. And it would be at no cost to our state right now. And it is very frustrating. What I tend to see is them putting Band-Aids literally on bullet wounds. They are putting Band-Aids. They'll add 3 million here, 3 million there, where often $3 million means 8 beds. That's not even close. One of the things I've been very involved in is community schools. I believe that charter schools and vouchers aren't an answer to the problem that we're seeing with our kids. I believe that community schools are, because they stay open in the evening from 3 to 7. Kids have access to a physician. They have access to mental health, dental care. There's a evening meal at the school that night. The whole family can come down. The schools offer GED testing for parents, resume writing, computer skills. The family can learn together in the evening. We know that the kids that aren't successful predominantly because those needs that they have are not being met. Their families don't have the resources, or their communities don't have the resources. Very proud that we are first now.
We continue to push. We have great partners in Tennessee that do amazing work with very little.
But we can do so much more, because our budget ended last session with a $2 billion in the rainy day fund, $2 billion surplus, and $9 billion in revenue they did not expect to come in. We've got the resources to do this, and yet they still won't. We just have a serious problem with equity. We see a lot of times, I feel like our majority wants to demonize and criminalize mental health more than they do solve the problem and get people the help and the treatment that they need. Probably many of you are familiar with what happened in Tennessee, and me and my colleagues, who are now called the Tennessee 3, when we went to the well, because we had a school shooting in Tennessee, just a few miles down the road from the Capitol. And there were students and there were parents and community members who showed up every day by the thousands at the Capitol. The morning that we went to the well, session started at 9. I got there about 7:30 because I knew people who were coming to be there. And I went to talk with them before, and I talked to parents who said, I just dropped my kids off at school. I hope they're safe when I return home. I hope my kids are going to be safe. and tears in their eyes as they were concerned about the safety of their children that day in school. And this hearing the children talk about active shooter drills. And, I didn't have to worry about gun violence when I was a kid in school. But these are kids that have grown up with active shooter drills every single year. This has an effect on their mental health without question. I've been in a school shooting at Central High School in Knoxville. I saw the terror on the kids' faces as they ran down to my classroom. How are we not doing anything? I saw my colleagues walk through the masses in the rotunda and not even make eye contact with those parents and those students. Then we weren't allowed to address them in welcoming and honoring as we typically do guests to the Capitol or groups of people. And then when it came to discussion on bills, I was not called on. Some of my colleagues were called on, but if anybody brought up the people outside and what their concerns were, mics were cut. If we walked out to talk to the parents, for the first time ever that I've seen on the floor, they turned off our voting machines. It was remarkable. And me and my colleagues knew that those people needed to be acknowledged. We need to say, I see you, I hear you, we care about your issue, and we will do everything we can to bring it to the floor. We weren't able to do that, so we went to the well in between bills and made it happen. We felt it was our duty, that we know that our constituents want us to talk and do something about gun violence. I polled it in my race before that session. Overwhelmingly, people wanted something done. Overwhelmingly, after the Covenant shooting, and while this was going on, they were polling 80% of Tennesseans, all parties, rural, suburban, and urban, all want something done about gun violence. So all of those people speaking out and showing up caused the governor to call a special session. And I was thrilled that he was calling that special session. He had an ERPO, extreme risk protection order, or red flag law. It didn't have teeth, but at least I thought we could have a discussion. We could discuss the bill, talk about its merits, debate the issue in front of all of the people of Tennessee. But it looks like now they're not going to bring the ERPO bill. They're not going to allow my ERPO bill or my safe storage bill. They said, well, we can have a safe storage bill, but there can't be punishment for it. What is that even, How about if I strongly suggested to my ED kids that they behaved all day with no consequences? Good luck with that, Gloria. But I mean, it's just ridiculous. First rule of teaching, don't make it a rule if you don't have a consequence. And it's just remarkable to me that they are doing absolutely everything they can to protect guns, but not protect children. They want to criminalize mental health. Instead of removing guns for 6 months, they're suggesting locking people up who have mental illnesses for 6 months. I mean, how is it not more restrictive to lock someone up for 6 months rather than removing their weapons? It's just shocking to me that we can't come up with some gun sense legislation. We're asking for universal background checks and no loopholes in buying online and that sort of thing. We're asking for red flag laws when someone is a danger to themselves or others, safe storage laws. How many times just in the last couple of months in Tennessee has a 3-year-old or a child gotten a gun, shot either themselves, a sibling, or a parent? We can stop this. My bill is modeled off a bill in Alabama, Alabama passed it. Why can Tennessee not pass this legislation? No offense to Alabama, but they're pretty conservative too. You know, this is common sense stuff until now. And then we have a legislature that just voted to not allow transgender children and teenagers to get the care that they so desperately need, that every health organization supports. It is remarkable to me. We've even made it impossible for adults who are on TennCare to get that care. So because you're poor, you can't get the care you deserve. Yes, that's our Medicaid expansion. But it is remarkable to me that we are doing these things that create more of a mental health crisis, put people more and more at risk. It's just remarkable. Imagine now that we're teaching Black kids that slavery was good for the enslaved. What does that do to your mental health? Women and young girls, that you're being told that a pregnancy from a rape is a gift from God. Forcing 10-year-olds to carry a pregnancy. I just saw a 13-year-old was forced to do this in Mississippi. I just saw the article this week. So it is frightening to me, the things that our young people and our adults are having to deal with little to no access. There's no question that it is not equitable. You know, Tennessee is one of the top states for maternal mortality, and with Black women, it's 3 times more. I think with Hispanic women, it's 1.5 times more. But this is preventable. And it is so frustrating that we are going into a special session, and rather they say they won't pass a bill that has the word firearms in it, but they want to criminalize people with mental health issues. They are going to they're going to bind juveniles over to adult court instead of having them go to juvenile court, and enhance sentences for juvenile. The Covenant shooter was not a juvenile. The Waffle House shooter in Nashville was not a juvenile. The shooter at the church in Antioch was not a juvenile. The shooter at the church in Knoxville was not, some years ago, was not a juvenile. We've actually had a decrease in Tennessee, 58% decrease in juvenile crime in Tennessee. Yet they're going to use this special session to criminalize more young people. And it's so disheartening. And it is so important, the work that you all do, and that legislators stand up, and we stand up for everyone. We just have to do it, because it's the vulnerable, it is the minority, and it is women in Tennessee are not the minority. However, there's definitely an attack on women when it comes to their reproductive rights. And I feel there's no question that the majority of Tennesseans understand this. They want something different. 80% believe in some gun sense legislation. 80% believe that on some level, women should have control over their own bodies and autonomy over their own bodies. So it is just, I'm so thankful for you all and the work that you do, because you do fight for every single person. We have to recognize the human dignity of every single person in our states, not just the wealthy and well-connected. So I appreciate you. I will keep fighting. So will my friends, the Justins, and many other people across the country that I see fighting every day. And I'm just so thankful for all of you. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate the work you do. And let's all just go out and fight for vulnerable folks and make sure that everybody has equal access to the mental health care they need.
So much. Please help me thank Representative Johnson again. We are so honored to have you join us today, to drive in from Tennessee. You can see why our champions are champions. And speaking of our champions, we have another one of our former champions about to join us and to give us an update on all of the fabulous legislation that she has passed and the great outcomes. So I am about to, and I'll get your name in the right order. It's not like I don't know you. Please help me in welcoming Colorado Representative Daphne Michelson-Janae.
Well, everybody, we've just passed the afternoon. So good afternoon, everybody. It is beyond an honor to stand in front of all of you, my heroes who do the work to make our communities healthy. And I am going to start with what I should probably end with, because I have the most exciting news ever. I just received an email that states the youth suicide rate in Colorado has dropped to the lowest it has been in 10 years. I think that's it. Thanks. Bye. It's amazing. You know, we always wonder, is our work working? We don't know when we've stopped a suicide. We don't know when we've gotten someone the help that they need 2 miles, I always say 2 miles down the road before they get to crisis. We don't know if what we're doing is making a difference. And I have statistical proof that it is. And that is spectacular. So thank you all for the work that you've done to make Colorado kids a little healthier. So how did that happen? Let's talk about some of the things. Obviously, this has been an incredible group effort. We have many organizations working on youth mental health in Colorado. And I will just talk about my small part in what I get to do in the legislature. When I got into the legislature, I got in because trigger warning suicide. My 9-year-old attempted suicide at school. And I was about 45 minutes away. And it was the longest ride of my life. And even worse, my parents were in the car. So I'm telling my mother, just be quiet, because I can't hear you right now. I have to hear my own head right now. And right now, I just need to be able to drive to the school. My son's 21 years old today, still struggles with his mental health, working at Amazon, doing generally great. But that day was the trigger for us in understanding that we weren't meeting the needs of my son. And so when I got into the legislature, you know, we all have a different piece on the chessboard. My piece is mental health. That's my lane. We look at, and youth in particular, but I do a lot of adult mental health stuff too. But from a youth perspective, we looked at the entire youth and said, what do we need to do to be able to get our kids access to care? We have a study that we do every 2 years from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment that looks at certain trends with our kids. And one of those trends is, one of the questions is, do you have a trusted adult in your life? And 1 in 5 kids said no. No. We know that the biggest protective factor is a trusted adult in your life.
And 1 in 5 kids said they don't have that in Colorado. So we were looking at the whole student, the whole kid. And for me, it started by lowering the age of consent for confidential therapy. We lowered the age from 15 to 12. This is controversial. But why did we do it? Anybody watch the series Mad Men? Remember in the first season, she goes to therapy, and that night the therapist calls the husband and says, "These are the things your wife said in therapy today." Remember how you cringed? That used to be the way? How do you think our kids feel? They can't go to their therapist and say, "My father is emotionally abusive." They don't have those words. I'm going to use adult words because I'm an adult, sort of. My father is emotionally abusive and I don't know how to talk to him and da 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 da. And then the therapist calls and says, "Hey, dad, you got to chill out a little bit. Son says you're emotionally abusive." And then the dad says to the kid, "You think I'm emotionally abusive? I'll show you emotionally abusive." Why do we do that to our kids? So we started there and looked at the whole gamut. The biggest breakthrough I think we had was the I Matter program. Free therapy for any school-aged youth in Colorado who wants it. And I will talk about that to all of you until I am blue in the face. Every kid in America deserves free therapy. We need to solve this problem, and that is a pathway towards a solution. We have been in action for a couple of years now, and I have numbers for you. I have exciting numbers for you. I'm going to pull them up because I saved them so they would be easy to find. 33,569 free appointments. Those are kept appointments. 33,569 from age 11 to 21. Wow. Nobody had to wait more than 2 weeks, and you only had to wait 2 weeks if you wanted a Spanish language therapist and you wanted to be in person, because we had enough Spanish language telehealth therapists. We did not have enough Spanish language therapists who would meet in person. We do now. But you can have therapy in your own language, on your own terms. The website is imattercolorado.org. And if you are 12 years old, you can go onto that website and register for therapy. Whether you have documentation or don't have documentation, whether you go to a school or you don't go to a school, whether you're in public school, whether you're in private school, whether you're in homeschool. It absolutely does not matter. If you say, "I'm a kid in Colorado, I've got free therapy for you." So is that making the difference? That's lowering our suicide rate. Is age of consent significant enough to be able to get kids to trust therapists again? These are questions I hope you'll all address. I know we're not the only state that goes that low. And as a matter of fact, I think it's Alaska that has no lower limit. How do we get our kids into the help that they need, that you all are providing and fighting for every single day, and make it worth their while? So thank you for everything you do, and thank you for having me. It's great to see you.
Our champions, present and past, are fabulous. And speaking of our present champions, I'm really excited that we are going to honor 12 bipartisan, bicameral legislators. One of them that was supposed to be here today, actually 2 of them, were unable to make it at the last minute, but you're going to hear about them, and their awards will be accepted by the people who are introducing them. We're going to start with my very good friend, Barb Johnston from New Jersey, our Regional Policy Council representative. And she's going to present an award to New Jersey Assemblywoman Carol Murphy, and then Assemblywoman Murphy is going to tell us about the NCSL policy priorities. So we're going to do two birds with one stone right this minute. So let's invite Barb to do an intro and then Assemblywoman Murphy. Thank you, darling.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Excellent. So MHA in New Jersey nominates our own Assemblywoman Carol Murphy to be recognized for her leadership in mental health. As co-chair of NCSL State and Federal Policy Committee and Executive Committee member, she will be presenting this morning on the policy priorities of NCSL, and we applaud her national leadership. In New Jersey, Assemblywoman Murphy was a strong supporter of 988 for both the original legislation that was passed in our state, as well as for additional funding we received in this fiscal year to address the gaps in public awareness, which I'll be talking about later today. Assemblywoman Murphy's been a prime sponsor on several mental health bills, including one that requires the State Board of Education to include instruction on mental health first aid for teachers and for also director level state employees. On another bill that sets up a task force on student mental health. The purpose of it is to examine issues related to the mental health public school students and to ensure that students have access to mental health care programs and services in order to allow them to meet their educational goals. Assemblywoman Murphy's been actively working with schools to set up wellness rooms in the schools and working with hospitals to increase access to care for individuals by setting up mental health urgent care centers in her district. Her strong commitment to improve the lives of children and adults living with mental health challenges and her willingness to be creative earns her our nomination. Thank you, Assemblywoman, for all your work.
Well, we're gonna put that right there. This was totally a surprise, I have to tell you. She told me this morning and I didn't expect that. First, before we get into NCSL, I do want to just talk a little bit personally. First and utmost, I want to thank each and every one of you for the work you do in the mental health space on many fronts. There's so many fronts that has to do with mental health, including treatment, the education, and continuing awareness of what has been called by the CDC as U.S. awareness, one of the U.S. health crises of our century. For those who don't know who I am, I'm Assemblywoman Carol Murphy. I serve as the Majority Whip in the New Jersey General Assembly, as well as, like Barb said, I serve as co-chair of the State and Federal Policy Committee in NCSL, as well as on the Executive Committee. Before we get into a little bit on NCSL, like I said, I just want to talk to you about my story. As a young teenager, I suffered from anxieties and depression. Couldn't blame it on my mom because it just wasn't true. It was me. And it wasn't until I was able to get the treatment and the health services I need when I was an adult. And I still hear this today, kids are telling me, my parents don't understand. So today I am so proud because of that treatment and that mental health services that I've gotten along the way of my many, many, many years of life. I am proud to say I'm able to recognize those triggers that would set me into an anxiety. And hopefully that I will be able to be in that position that they will never happen again, but we all know they do. It's now managing what those triggers would be and combating them so we no longer suffer, or I no longer suffer from anxieties. But when they do, when a child of youth, as well as adults, when they suffer anxiety, it's exhausting and it takes so much energy out of you that you could be using towards your health. And unfortunately, I am not alone in the world. I'm just one of a million stories that are out there. 31.6% or 42.5 million adults suffer from anxiety. For our youth, the numbers are even higher and they're growing. As Barb said, I've been lucky enough since I've been in office since 2017 to meet with students who have come to me in my office and have talked to me about the mental health stigma that they know their friends are suffering from. And that's what got me into the mental health awareness rooms. And these are rooms that the school will put together with the help of the students to take away that stigma, because any student can go into these rooms, have lunch, have study hour. And if there is a problem, there is somebody in there that's safe for them to talk to and allows them to have somebody to talk to on a regular basis. And that safe person is able to identify when that student is coming more successfully and sitting alone too much. Our kids, it's okay to have bad days. We all have bad days. We all have issues that we have to deal with, like parents' divorce or school problems. My high school I've been working with on a wellness room along with a hospital has been extremely important to me, because I'm listening to these kids talk about what they feel and how hard it is for them to go to the parents. But one thing that has impressed upon me for so long is that they're telling me this is their new normal. This is not abnormal for them. This is how they live day to day. Number of students have increased that have gone to the counselor. Number of counselors have increased by triple digits almost. And our substance abuse counselors as well. So that's in addition to the guidance counselors. And I fear that a lot of schools are in the same boat, at least in New Jersey. So now we're going to talk a little bit about SCSL and more statistics here. 46% of Americans on a national level will meet the criteria for a diagnosable mental health condition in their lifetime. Whether or not they get treatment or not, it depends on whether they're able to acknowledge it. But think about this on a yearly basis. 1 in 5 Americans will have a diagnosable mental health condition in any given year. When we talk about mental health, it includes many different diagnoses such as anxiety, addiction and substance misuse, suicidal thoughts, which our kids are plagued with them today because they feel that's the only way to get out. Youth will consider that substance abuse and misuse. 4.8% or 1 million kids this past year has been diagnosed with mental health issues. The complex interplay of behavioral health with our sectors is reflected in the breadth of policies and work at NCSL that have substance abuse and mental health components. Several NCSL standing committees, including the one that I chair, as well as education, criminal justice, and health and human services, all have language informing NCSL's federal health team and advocacy related to behavioral health. Additionally, NCSL health team devotes a significant amount of time and a significant behavioral health, including programming for opioid policy, fellows program, which I sat on the last one just last year. And it taught everything we wanted to know about opioids to be able to go back to our legislature to help them understand more about what this opioid addiction is. Their priorities, which will probably match up to every single one of your priorities in your state. And that's why NCSL is so important to continue being involved with as a legislator, as an organization. So on a state level, behavioral health continues to be a top concern as overdose deaths due to fentanyl and other opioids continue to rise, as do rates of suicide, mental illness, especially among our youth, and behavioral health issues. In spring of 2023, NCSL secured funding from CDC to continue tackling legislation related to the suicide prevention, including, like Barb said, the 988 implementation, opioid misuse prevention, opioid prevention, harm reduction, infectious disease, prevention, and other priorities that they have. Rest assured that NCSL takes these priorities for states in 3 different databases. So they track them. So you are able to go to NCSL database and find these 3 statistical and information on their databases. One is their injury and overdose prevention database, their SUD treatment database, and the public health database. All of this will continue information that you may have as a state legislature, as an organization, or as a sponsor. NCSL has resources in these areas, including a primer on 988 state implementation and a report on behavioral health workforce strategies and resources on SUD treatment that will be released through the end of summer of 2023. So stay tuned for that one. NCSL will also continue the work on the opioid policies and the opioid policy fellows program. I encourage all of you to check into that as a legislature, because it's a network of more than 100 lawmakers who are leaders in addressing the interconnecting crisis of opioid overdose, suicide, harm reduction, and childhood trauma. On the federal side, their federal priorities are human health and human services, include support that examine behavioral health through comprehensive and holistic approach of 4 pillars of prevention, intervention, treatment, and recovery. NCSL also supports block grants to states with flexibilities to address the most pressing behavioral health issues identified by each state, which are all different. Or different, they may have the same outcome, but they are, how to get there may be different based upon your constituency. They encourage federal proposals that support states to further integrate behavioral health and primary care services and facilitate the ability of providers to work easily through this model. Reduce stigma and treat behavioral health conditions in a holistic and integrated way. Support keeping families and promote the safety and well-being of all children and youth by providing federal reimbursement for prevention services to increase the number of children who can remain at home safely. Provide families with greater access to mental health services, substance abuse treatment, and/or parenting skills treatment and support. Parenting skills treatment and support is huge, because I just got done telling you about how I'm hearing my students tell me their parents don't understand, or they won't understand, or they won't approve. On the education front, NCSL has a resolution on school safety and student mental health. They recognize that federal and state efforts to address school safety should be collaborative, supports federal funding that addresses school security and student mental health, supports federal funding should be flexible to allow state legislatures to direct resources where they are needed the most. And the federal government should avoid mandating specific strategies or approaches to school security and students with mental health. On the criminal justice area, the issues surrounding the creation of sound state policy with respect to justice involved individuals with behavioral health needs is of growing importance. And like you've heard recently with the 2 other speakers, that no child should be locked up because he or she cannot afford health services. They support federal demonstration, funding, and training roles that assist states in implementation and the use of modern information systems that aid in the detection and prevention of drug use, and for remediation of sites that have been used in illegal drug manufacturing. Encourages federal leadership and resources that assist state and local governments in other activities that address the education, the prevention, enforcement, and treatment related to illicit drugs, substance misuse, and emergency drug threats, including but not limited to those drugs of a synthetic nature or opioid abuse. They recognize the importance of resource to address the mental health and substance misuse cases that face many states and local communities. NCS urges the federal government to address the federal expungement requires, which can impede re-entry and job security. They support full funding of Second Chance Act, which provides grants to states that are used to promote the safe and successful reintegration of individuals who have been incarcerated. And many states I've talked to have also decided that they're starting to put in a program that would allow for behavioral training or behavioral sessions, mental health sessions for when like 6 months to 9 months before that incarcerated person is released from prison, to hope that they will be able to get back into their community and prevent recidivism. They support federal legislation that would enhance states' research and implementation of sound policies that address behavioral health needs of justice-involved people. They support federal legislation that seeks to enhance state treatment, such as mental health courts, drug courts, and veteran courts, all of which three huge and essential organizations and groups of people who probably are the ones who use both of these time. So before I finish up here, I'm going to also tell you that they also oppose something, which you all thought you were safe with everything being supported. They do oppose federal mandates and preemptive policies with regarding to addressing drug abuse and related drug crimes. And they oppose any legislation that would restrict states' flexibility in sentencing and correction policy. So with that, if you ever want to have a list of it, you just let either me or the NCSL staff. And I do want to say thank you again for all the work you've done. Thank you for this. This is absolutely wonderful. NCSL is here. Their staff is always available for each and every one of you to reach out to. And if you can't get a hold of them, call Connor in my office. He'll talk to you. But no, you can always reach out to me or anyone on the NCSL staff. They are extremely helpful. So thank you so very much and have a great rest of the conference.
It's my honor right now to introduce our Mental Health America of Indiana Executive Director, Steve McCaffrey. And Steve has a special presentation.
Thank you, Debbie. Can you hear me okay? You can't hear it back here. Welcome to Indiana. We're so happy to have you here, and sure, thank you for those kind words. We enjoyed the visit yesterday, and please know we're very much a supporter of all the work that National does, and glad to be part of that. But it's not just us at MHA of Indiana, it's all the affiliates around the state. So I'd like to ask, if I could, if all the MHA affiliates around Indiana would stand and be recognized, please, as well as our staff, MHA staff. We have a good group, and we have some really good legislators. When Mike Kreider was first elected to the Senate, I happened to be at a golf outing, and I asked him, and I had no idea, I didn't know anything about him, and I asked him, so what are your priorities? And he said, well, I've got a couple, and one of the ones was mental health. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm glad I came to this golf outing. And over the years, Senator Kreider has worked on mental health bills, probably several every year, been a leader in mental health parity. And a couple of years ago, he said, you know, I really think all of this is important, but this is such a big issue. We need to do something more. And I would like to create a behavioral health commission to look at what needs to be done in a comprehensive, integrated way. And so he did, and he created a commission, and I was fortunate enough to be on it. And it led to recommendations that this last session took the form of Senate Enrolled Act 1. And I don't know if this is true everywhere in all the states, but at least in Indiana, if you're Senate Bill 1, that means you are a priority piece of legislation, and no mental health bill had ever been a priority bill in Indiana before. And Senator Mike Kreider got that done. So he's received a number of MHAI Legislator of the Year awards. And when I told him about this last year, he said, you know, you don't need to feel like you have to give me an award every year. And I said, well, you certainly deserve it, but, you know, maybe I can do one better. And so I suggested to Debbie that we recognize him with the national award. And so today I would like to introduce Senator Mike Kreider as the champion for Mental Health America.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's humbling to be in a room with so many folks who really put in action the things that we try to pass as far as policy and laws. And so I'm very cognizant of the fact that no matter what I pass, unless there's boots on the ground out there implementing those policies across the state landscape, that those are just words that don't really mean anything. And that's certainly not the case in Indiana. I've enjoyed a tremendous working relationship, met some of the finest, most dedicated folks that you could meet, who some of those, as we've heard earlier, have their own story of how they became involved in the mental health cause. And I feel fortunate that that's not my story, that my interest really started after I retired from law enforcement. I ran the security department at our local hospital, and I got to interact with folks who are either struggling with addiction or suicidal acts actually completed. They'd come for treatment. And so it just drove home the fact that we need to do more, we need to do better. And so the work that I've done, very often, it's not a unique idea. I steal from anybody, and I'll steal from you if you've got a good idea. And I will say that it's been a practice of mine to meet with Steve and other advocates as we begin to draft bills each session and ask, what can I do next? What's the next step? I think we have taken a significant step in Indiana this year. And while we got $100 million allocated for the expansion of the mental health services, we're not where I want to be. And I'm looking for either a cigarette tax or an alcohol tax or a cell phone fee or some other method to underpin that activity going forward, because I'm getting old and I'm not going to be here forever. And I don't want the day that I walk out of the General Assembly to be the day that the activity really slows down. And so I'm humbled by the award. I told Steve maybe he could just get a plaque with a year thing that he puts on it, because for so long as I have the opportunity to call myself a state senator, I will be working on these issues. And so I'm grateful for the recognition. I'm honored to be in the room with colleagues from other states who are doing important work. It is, in fact, amongst the most important things we do. So thank you.
Congratulations, Senator. It is my pleasure now to introduce Mike Finley from our Mental Health Connecticut, who has some very important awards to confer. Mike.
Thank you so much, everybody. It's great to be here today. And I'm here today to give Mental Health Connecticut's Legislative Champion Award to State Senator Heather Sommers. I will tell you one thing that irks me when seeing politicians on the campaign trail is they took advantage of the mental health crisis due to the pandemic as a talking point. They would talk, they get elected, little to no action is ever taken. We do not have that problem with State Senator Heather Sommers. Ever since joining the Connecticut General Assembly in 2016, she's been a fantastic mental health champion. And I could be up here for a couple hours to describe some of her accomplishments, but I just want to show you some of her work that she's done. And one thing really stuck with me this morning. I come down the elevator about 10 a.m. I see Senator Sommers sitting there, say hello, talk for about 2 minutes. And she goes, you know what, Mike? I'm working on a new policy initiative for this next legislative session, and I want to work together with you. So you want to show her commitment. She's already looking forward to 2023, 2024, and her commitment to mental health has been extremely helpful to not only Mental Health Connecticut, but many other similar organizations throughout the state. And when we got the email a couple months ago from Mental Health America about the nominations being open, I expected to go into Luis Perez's office and have about an hour-long conversation, because I'm sure I have 2 people, he has 2 people, we'll have to make a compromise. I walk into his office, immediately go, well, I say Senator Sommers and Representative Johnson. He goes, oh yeah, no, same here. Go draft the letters. Thank you so much for making our job easy to select you for this magnificent award. And I just want to say, we really do appreciate all of your hard work. And we look forward to working with you forward in the future and just making Connecticut a better place for everybody going through mental health issues. So without further ado, I'd like to invite up State Senator Heather Sommers.
We're supposed to take a picture? Okay. Getting direct.
Yep.
Oh, I think she got a picture of you taking a picture of us. So one more. Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, great. Everyone's awake. That's good. So I wanted to share with you just my story, and I will be brief. I know we have a very condensed time. That's tough for legislators, though. You know, if you give us 4 minutes, we're going to take longer. So I just wanted to echo, first of all, Representative Johnson, thank you. I don't think she's still here. Her comments that we as legislators, we need to do more. And I wanted to share with you sort of my entree into mental health. My mom had crippling mental health issues since I was born. So I grew up in that environment, but I spent my career in healthcare, and it never really came around until I was elected in 2016. And what happened, I never imagined, first of all, being the chair of public health in 2016, that I would be leading the charge against the systematic abuse that was happening at our Connecticut mental hospital, primarily in our forensic side. So those that had been found negligent because they were criminally insane. That's what we call it in the state of Connecticut, or found not guilty because of reason of insanity. And I was made aware of a video, or shown a video, of a forensic patient who had been abused over a period of 30 days. And for us, our video cameras only went for 30 days, and then they erased and started over. So I had a tape for 30 days. And I looked at that tape, and 24 of those days, this patient was abused to the level that was criminal. And one day in particular stuck with me, and I made notes of every hour on the hour, because this patient was abused every 2 hours for 24 hours by people that were entrusted to care for him, by state employees that were clinical people, while others sat back and watched the abuse silently. And it was something that I just couldn't unsee. I'm a freshman legislator. I'm the chair of the Public Health Committee. This comes in front of me. And I said, I'm going to do something about this. This is wrong. It cannot just let it go. And mind you, this person that was being abused was in the fetal position, nonverbal, and probably weighed less than 90 pounds being abused. So I said, okay, I'm going to have a public hearing on this. The governor said, absolutely not. My colleagues on a committee of 42 said, absolutely not. This has been going on for years. We don't want to talk about it. And I said, I'm going to do this with or without you. So I had a public hearing literally by myself. There was one other legislator there, but the room was packed for people that had worked at Whiting Forensic Hospital. And if you're really bored, if you Google it, you can read all the details. Everybody wanted to testify about their experience, whether they were a patient, a clinician, someone who had been there, someone who spent time there. And the testimony that we heard was haunting, unconscionable sometimes, almost unbelievable that this was still happening in 2016 in the state of Connecticut. We're supposed to be progressive and on the forefront of things. After that hearing started and we had a room packed full of people ready to testify, slowly but surely, I think sometimes out of shame, other legislators started to come in and sit down and listen to what was happening. And by the end of that session, I had crafted legislation demanding sweeping and transformational changes to how Connecticut cares for those in our state mental hospital. And it was said on the floor from someone who did not want to have this public hearing, I'll quote unquote, "This is the most important piece of legislation that we can pass this year." And it passed unanimously out of the House and the Senate. One of my most proud moments. I will also add that that legislation and that whole process resulted in 30 terminations, multiple arrests, and people now serving jail time. So, since that moment, Connecticut has really made significant and transformational approaches to mental health in our state. We've worked to improve and expand Medicaid services so that financial barriers are not an issue when seeking mental health treatment. We have invested in training and development, not only for psychiatrists and psychologists, but for social workers, therapists, and anyone in the counseling field. That is through tuition reimbursement, to incentives, anything that we can do to get more people into that area because we realize it's such a critical need. And Connecticut's a very expensive state to live in, so we have a hard time attracting people to our state. We have implemented comprehensive school-based health clinics and school-based behavioral health clinics, which we think are key because we understand that touching our youth at risk is paramount in their development moving forward. We have expanded coverage with telehealth, which is really important because we have a lot of very rural areas in the state of Connecticut. We have invested in crisis intervention. This year alone, we were able to pass almost $9 million for pediatric crisis intervention mobile clinics that travel around our small state. And we are a state of less than 3 million people. So that has a significant amount of money dedicated. I will tell you, our DEMAS budget is over $300 million. That is just focused on mental health and addiction. And again, that's in a state of less than $3 million. So we have made a financial commitment in the state of Connecticut and put mental health as a priority. We believe that mobile crisis teams and crisis stabilization centers and mobile crisis clinics that go around in our particularly rural areas are key because they offer immediate assistance when needed. And last year, myself and another committed senator passed the first bill of its kind in the nation, which is a study that the University of Connecticut is undergoing. It'll be finished in 2024. It's looking at the connection between the effects of social media on adolescent girls and the suicide rate that we see with that particular age group. We've actually lowered it down to start in middle school because the connection can no longer be denied, and it's haunting when you look at the rates. We have really been intentional about equity in the state of Connecticut, and we have focused on very vulnerable populations when it comes to mental health, like veterans, homeless, LGBTQ, those in the trans community, and those suffering from substance abuse. We've made a commitment that is written and in statute to be inclusive and equitable with all access to mental health care. And just this past year, we were able to pass a bill for veterans that includes a pilot study to have them use psilocybin, I never say that word right, and microdosing of ketamine to see how it treats their depression. Connecticut is really leading the way in creating a more supportive and mentally healthy society. However, it's crucial that we keep mental health as a priority in our public health committees and agendas. There's always so much more that we can do. And I want to thank Mental Health America for this award. It was very unexpected, and all of you for being here today. I want to dedicate this award to my mom, who, as I mentioned before, suffered with crippling mental health issues her entire life. But with the proper treatment and support, she's able to have a happy and fulfilling life, which everyone deserves in our country and actually across the world. So I wanted to say one thing about growing up in that kind of household. And I'm old, so this is a long time ago, when mental health was sort of swept under the carpet. It was stigmatized. Wasn't quite as bad as the Mad Men, but close, you know. And it teaches you some things that I wanted to share with you. Growing up in that type of household makes you shoulder responsibilities well beyond your years at that time. It demands that you become resilient. And at times it robs you of the innocence of childhood, but it also teaches you a lot. And for me, it taught me to be adaptable. It taught me to have empathy. And it taught me a strong sense of compassion and understanding that drives me to feel a responsibility to help others that are facing these challenges here today. So we all have a role to play. I want to thank you all for your roles that you play, because we can pass all the bills in the world, but without you helping us do this hard work, as someone said before, it really doesn't get across the finish line and it doesn't make a difference. So we all have a role to play, and together as legislators and advocates, we have to continue to support mental health initiatives, good ideas to help, and advocate for funding, which is critical for all of this to work, to promote understanding and compassion within all of our communities. So thank you very much for the support. I actually never really got to touch the award. So he didn't give it to me. So I, there we go. Thank you. Oh, did I get a picture with the award?
Yeah, we'll do another one.
Okay, we got a retake. Sorry. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Summers. So Mental Health Connecticut also did nominate State Representative Susan Johnson for the award as well. We are very fortunate in Connecticut to have a bipartisan slate of nominees this year. Unfortunately, Representative Johnson could not make it here, so we do have a recorded video of her. I will say she is a wealth of knowledge when it comes to mental health in the state of Connecticut. She served in the Connecticut General Assembly since 2009. And let me tell you, if I have to give her a phone call, just ask for one thing, it turns into about an hour and a half long conversation with her bringing up topics I've never even heard of. And she is just an amazing and tremendous advocate. And we are very blessed in Connecticut to be able to have Senator Summers and State Representative Susan Johnson for this award this year. And I believe we have a video that will be playing with her recording.
I'm Representative Susan Johnson from Connecticut, and I'm incredibly honored to receive this wonderful nomination for the work that I've done to help people with mental health issues at the state legislature. Let me just give a little bit of background about what I used to do. I worked at Legal Services, representing people in Medicare and Medicaid cases. And it really gave me a lot of familiarity with a lot of the issues that people face today. And I also, as a lawyer, have been working back in the day, representing people in Social Security disability cases. Many of the cases that I worked on had behavioral health issues. And so that's part of the reason I've been able to work here at the Capitol and help people with mental health issues legislatively. And so this is a wonderful honor, and I've been really glad to be able to do this work. As the former chair of the Public Health Committee, I had the honor to be the Public Health Committee chairman during the horrible tragedy of Sandy Hook. And this really cued me into some of the deficiencies that our state and our country have with respect to how we deal with mental health issues. We found that we had very few psychiatrists and psychologists to work with our students in schools. We found that a way to address that was to coordinate pediatricians with psychiatrists and psychologists. And we passed laws to also address mental health first aid in schools so that teachers would be able to identify students who suffered with post-traumatic stress disorder and had other types of behavioral health disorders. So as a person who has been working in that area, I was very pleased to be able to make a lot of changes there. As I moved on and went on to work as the chairman of Regulations Review, I also worked very hard to try and address some of the problems that I found with respect to workers' compensation. One of the things that I found is there was delays in providing treatment to people who are on workers' compensation who have been injured. Those delays resulted in people becoming addicted to drugs. And because they didn't get the correct treatment, they were able to not follow through with their jobs, and they were finding themselves at a real loss. And so we've been working on making sure that people who are in situations where they're injured actually are getting the kind of treatment that they should have so that they don't become addicted. And this is also demonstrated most recently by our Attorney General, William Tong, who was able to create a settlement with the pharmaceutical industry. The pharmaceutical industry had been benefiting from the sale of narcotics to people who were injured, and the insurance industry had been benefiting from not treating people the way that they should be treated with respect to getting the physical therapy or the surgery that they need. So this is something that, you know, we've been working on, and we have seen some progress. Moving along to the last couple of years, House Bill 5001 in 2022 and House Bill 5001 in 2023 also address the behavioral health issues that many children have, and it expands resources for children in our state to be able to access more mental health services. So I would recommend and provide copies of some of the summaries of those two pieces of legislation for the last 2 years. And for those reasons, I am very, very honored to be able to continue to work in this area. I want to again thank Connecticut Mental Health for the nomination, and I look forward to working with everybody on the state level and the national level to continue the work that we've been doing to make sure that our students and our people get the kind of services that they should be getting to make our society much healthier. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am helping move us along by introducing myself, or maybe I won't. I'll just be the secret person up here. Just kidding. Just kidding. Tanya Fullwider. I'm with Mental Health America of Ohio, and I'm pleased to be with you. So I'm going to talk about a couple of legislators. I'm certain that some of you have, beyond Ohio, have heard about our recent election in August. So these times are undeniably intriguing, to say the least. But I'm pleased to announce that the legislators being recognized today have exhibited not only an unwavering dedication to advancing mental health advocacy, but also to upholding the voices of our state citizens. So one of these commendable individuals is Representative Adam Miller. And Representative Miller texted me late last evening, and he had planned to be here in person, and he had an urgent crisis related to his military duties that pulled him away today. But he wanted to be sure that I passed along not only his gratitude to Mental Health America, but his admiration and respect for the work that we do today. So Representative Miller is a vibrant and animated person who genuinely listens and engages with both policy folks like us as well as his constituents. And earlier this year, I was having a conversation with him, and I made the comment, "Depression is a liar." And the idea aimed to illustrate the challenge in addressing and recognizing and barriers to care. And when someone just gets it, right? And it's just so gratifying when they're listening and they just really understand that something that you say wholeheartedly. And Representative Miller certainly did that. He's a former public school teacher, coach, is a practicing attorney. Rep Miller is a colonel in the U.S. Army JAG Corps Reserve and has served multiple tours overseas. He serves in the National Council of State Legislators Military and Veterans Affairs Task Force, working to develop innovative programs in support of our nation's service members, veterans, and their families. In the previous General Assembly, he sponsored legislation designed to aid Ohio in preparing for traumatic events and addressing the mental health repercussions of emergencies. In this current year, he advocated for funding aimed at increasing our perinatal mental health program and in the state budget deliberations. And then most recently, he sponsored House Bill 231, which has bipartisan support and will establish the 988 administrator position and create a dedicated 988 fund. So even though you can't hear me, Representative Miller, thank you for being you and for serving us all so well. And I will grab his award so I do not forget. Or, you know. All right, maybe I'll just keep it. No, I'm just kidding. And so I'll move on to introduce our second nominee or awardee, who I believe has a video, and I think it's pretty short, so I'll be quick too. So during Mental Health Month this past May, Senator Paula Hicks Hudson wrote that prioritizing mental health within our legislative efforts can significantly enhance the welfare of individuals and communities, that this focus not only helps diminish the stigma associated with mental health, but also contributes to cultivating a more inclusive and compassionate state. Effective mental health policies should strive to secure augmented funding, right? Dismantle obstacles to access and foster an environment conducive to open conversations about mental health struggles. She's really notable that in her dedication to comprehending a wide range of mental health conditions. The senator has championed the significance of intervention and prevention programs aimed at promoting the well-being of young people and addressing educational concerns. Beyond her role as legislator, Senator Hicks Hudson is an attorney who was drawn into this arena due to her concerns regarding juvenile justice issues. Having served on the Toledo City Council, she achieved a historic milestone by becoming the first African-American female mayor of Toledo in 2015. In her current position in the Senate, she advocated for the expansion of our perinatal mental health services in this year's budget proceedings. Furthermore, she's taken the lead in sponsoring legislation designed to enhance maternal and infant health outcomes, and her advocacy extends to tackling issues of healthcare access and disparity on a broader scale. A heartfelt thank you goes out to Senator Hicks Hudson for her dedicated efforts.
Hello, this is State Senator Paula Hicks Hudson, and I stand before you humbled and honored to receive this award. It has been hard work at the State House sometimes, but it's not hard work for those that you deal with in the mental health area. Government must and should make sure that all citizens receive the proper care and treatment that they need. Just be rest assured that I will continue to work hard for those in the mental health arena, whether they're adults or children, that need the services, that need government support in order to be full-fledged citizens. It is so important for us to not leave anyone behind, but instead to work hard for all. So again, thank you so very much. I'm sorry that I could not be with you, but I am truly honored and truly humbled by receiving this award. Again, thank you.
Thank you for honoring these representatives, and we are not finished yet. I get to have a little bit of privilege in this. I already get to have a lot of privilege. I love my job. And I am so thrilled to be able to work with NCSL and with CSG and the Governors Association, and to be here and to take a little privilege to introduce some legislators that I meet along the way. And we're going to present our next award to Senator Annette Cleveland of Washington State. Please join me, Senator Cleveland. And I want to take a minute to say that we are so happy to have met through partnerships that we engage in. Senator Cleveland, who has really dedicated her career to helping people in the healthcare space, especially in the mental health care space, and she'll tell you more about her work. And we at Mental Health America are so grateful for something she did for us last April. She put a proclamation celebrating our mental health bell. I hope everybody here knows about our bell of hope that was cast from shackles and chains, collected from all over the country. And my colleague Valerie Stearns and I had the wonderful privilege of going to the Washington State Senate for that presentation. And that's an extra that we get from Senator Cleveland. So please join me in honoring and welcoming Senator Cleveland.
Thank you.
I'll leave your award right here. Pick it up.
I appreciate it. Good afternoon. What a privilege to be here with each and every one of you today. Do you think that that's carry-on approved by the airlines? Because I'm going to need to put that in my bag to get it home. Just want to share briefly how honored I am to be able to accept this award today. You know, we all know in this room that Mental Health America has been leading the way for decades, literally, working to remove the stigma around mental health and provide education and advocacy, which is still, as we have heard from so many here today, is necessary and needed. And I don't think that there's a time that I can think of anyway that's more immediate than right now for Mental Health America's expertise and efforts to be spread across our country. It's more needed and more important than ever before. The last several years, I think, have tested our collective mental wellness, and certainly it's propelled many, including many of our young people, into mental health crisis. We know that mental health and physical health are intertwined, and that a healthy communities start with behavioral health. In the state of Washington, I represent the 49th Legislative District, which is Vancouver. We call it America's Vancouver very lovingly, so as not to be confused with another Vancouver, 500 miles to the north. But I represent Vancouver, which is on the border between Oregon and Washington. In the Senate, I chair and have chaired for the past 5 years the Senate Health and Long-Term Care Committee. And what I'm grateful for is Mental Health America's partnership, your willingness to help inform and educate our behavioral health policy work. And this past year in particular, our Washington State Legislature, with many of my colleagues, a few of who are actually here today, thank you for being here, we made significant behavioral health advancements. And just briefly, I'll touch on, they include $1.2 billion in funding to add new treatment facilities, more community-based housing within our state, and more treatment services. We also passed legislation to strengthen the behavioral health workforce. We know that we have a crisis when it comes to our behavioral health workforce. And we also passed a bill to establish 23-hour crisis centers across our state. So I'm looking very much forward to assisting as that implementation begins. But from a personal perspective, as a family member of a loved one who faced mental health challenges her entire life, I'm also very, very grateful to each and every one of you, to Mental Health America, for all of the hard work that you embark on each and every day to encourage and empower better understanding around mental health and to combat the fear that comes from lack of understanding that continues today. I know, having dealt with this with my family member, the anguish of trying to find the right help for that loved one. I've seen firsthand how fear and lack of understanding create barriers. They create barriers for families to access, and they create barriers for the individuals who need that support and appropriate care. And I know the consequences of these barriers. Unfortunately, my loved one died unexpectedly in a facility without ever having been able to reach her full potential. And it's really my love for her and my desire to help make things better for others that spurs me to continue to champion behavioral health access and improve the environment for others. So I want to thank each and every one of you who are committed to those same goals. And I want to thank Mental Health America, Debbie, Valerie, for your ongoing work together on innovating and looking for those solutions that are yet to come to ensure that there is access to care and recovery for each and every individual who needs it. So thank you for this recognition today. I'm very, very honored.
Couple more that I'm going to take privilege to do to introduce you to some of the amazing legislators that I have had the privilege to work with on the task forces for CSG and NCSL. And Senator Cleveland just talked about how another one of her colleagues, actually a bunch of her colleagues, are here today from Washington State. And I am about to introduce and hand over an award to another wonderful Washington State legislator, Representative Mylan Tai. I know you're here. I saw you earlier. Ah, there you are in fabulous purple. And Representative Tai has brought quite the entourage with her, which we are so happy to welcome some legislators from other states. So please allow me to say thank you to you for all the wonderful work that you have done for suicide prevention, for kids, and your ongoing work in Washington State. Let's take a picture with Jenny.
Thank you, Debbie. I will try to model brevity. First of all, again, you probably have been thanked every minute in this space. So first, I'd like to recognize each and every one of you in this room, outside this room, many of us, a champion for this work. Second of all, I really wanted to highlight one thing. I am the first refugee elected to serve in Washington State Legislature. And even though I'm the first, I will not be the last. And this is one thing I'm gonna ask each and every individual who received the award today, because you have the opportunity to nominate the champion. My hope is next year, I'm gonna see the room full of people of color and legislator of color who's doing this work too, and the people who sit in the marginalized community who, beside everything that we heard today, have added trauma in their lives. And so because we don't see many people of color being elevated and receive these honor and award simply because they was never being seen. And they need to be seen because these people need to be in the space where that is when we truly say what inclusion look like, sound like, and what we could actually see them. So thank you for the honor and keep on working.
I nominated another legislator who comes from a very renowned family in the state of New Mexico, but she herself is an amazing champion for suicide prevention, for harm reduction, for mental health for kids. Please welcome Representative Tara Lujan from New Mexico.
Thank you to all the dynamic speakers we had today and all of my colleagues, representatives, senators, legislators, but I want to thank all the families, particularly all of our moms who like myself have suffered through some, I'm standing up here because I'm very much affected whenever I talk about behavioral health or mental health in crisis, because as mentioned before, we are in a crisis and we stand here on the shoulders of all those who have been here before us. But as a mother myself, that's who I see myself as first and foremost. And being a mother who has done everything that I possibly could do to help my family and particularly my son, who is still suffering with his disorder right now. And I think of him every day, every minute, and I feel like there's always more to do. And I've never received a award like this before. I don't know how to accept it, to be quite honest with you. Because like I said, I stand on the shoulders, as we all stand on the shoulders of those that have come before us and have done remarkable and amazing things. All I can say is that because of him, I decided to become a legislator and take that step. And because, as you heard from many others too, the advocacy work, the experiences we have are what set us in motion to do this work and to take on that responsibility. But we take on a lot, and I'm glad. Where is she from? Did she leave? Thank you. You have been there for us through all of our fellowships and the meetings and everything, and have been a leader to us. Debbie, you have been more than a leader. Every event I've gone to regarding behavioral health, through SEED, through the opioid fellowship, you were there. You weren't just there to advocate. You weren't there to teach. You're there to actually hold my hand, because as I was doing this work, as many of us, I needed someone to hold my hand and to listen to my story. And my story was I was going through a lot of personal issues regarding my son, and where he was at the time. And I had just come back from visiting him and gotten him to a very good place, but then had received a call from him that he wasn't doing too well. And everybody, we know these stories all too well, and the back and forth and the ups and the downs. I can honestly say right now he's in a very good place. So I'm able to be here today with you all, but these are the stories. These are the reasons why we're here. And I just want to say, in New Mexico, just like anywhere else, across there are no boundaries. There are no parties. There's nothing that separates us from the experience of behavioral health and mental health crisis and affecting us in so many different ways. And I just want to say thank you to Mental Health America and to all the other organizations that are doing the work alongside us, because without you, we wouldn't be able to stand up here and bring to the forefront what is going on, and we wouldn't be able to recognize this crisis and move legislation and policy and change that stigma through our legislation and policy initiatives. We wouldn't be able to have these honest conversations, and it's within these conversations that we break that stigma. So thank you. I am honored here. Don't have a lot of words other than to say thank you, and keep working, keep telling your stories, keep coming forward, keep running for office, keep making those changes. I didn't know some of the things that happened in Tennessee. I didn't know some of the things that have happened in other parts of our nation. But as I'm sitting there listening to the stories, please call me. If I can, I'll jump on a plane and I'll help you, and I'll be there outside your legislature, inside your legislature, making noise, signing or promoting policy with you, so that you're not standing alone, because that's not a place for you to be. It's not a place for the United States of America to be, where we have legislatures where they are fighting against these policies, and our youth telling us where they are and what they need. That is not where we can't meet people. We can't meet our youth. We can't meet this time and place if we don't all come together. You're not alone. We're not alone. We're here for you. And you can get my number from Debbie or my I make that pledge. I will be there. That is horrific for me to hear in the United States that those things are happening in our legislators anywhere. I don't care about partisanship. I don't care about any of that. But thank you so much for having me and for giving me this this award. Thank you very much.
We've got a couple more amazing awardees, and we're going to start right now in our final home stretch, and that is in no way the order of importance because every one of these legislators are amazing. But we're going to hear right now by video from New York Mental Health, the Mental Health Association in New York State, known as Manny's, from its executive director, Glenn Liebman. And Glenn is joining us by video, and he's going to give an award to an amazing state legislator who I also have the privilege of working with on the joint task force with NCSL and CSG. So let's roll, Glenn.
So first of all, thank you to Mental Health America for giving this award to Senator Samara Brook. I've gotten to know her over the 2 years she's been in the legislature, and you couldn't ask for a better or stronger advocate in the legislature than Senator Brook. You know, I used to be a sports writer, and we used to say things like, when somebody gets off to a great start, you call them a rookie phenom, and that's what she was. She just hit the ball running. She was incredible just from the start. She really got to know our issues so well. She was well schooled on our issues, and she knew the important issues. She knew issues around workforce, around school mental health, you name it. She was on top of those issues, and so many more as well. Now, what happens sometimes in sports is that people go into their sophomore slump, their second year, that's what it's referred to. But just the opposite with her, she was even stronger. She was a great advocate for us. The first major cost of living adjustment, COLA, that we received was largely due to her leadership in the Senate. So couldn't ask for a stronger advocate around all prevention services, around things like non-Daniels Law, which is a non-police response to individuals in crisis. She was our leader in that. You could go issue by issue, and she was such a strong advocate. We're very lucky to have her, and most importantly, she's a person of great compassion. You talk to her and you feel like you know her. She really cares deeply about our issues, and we're so lucky to have her on our team, on our side, and we're really honored that Mental Health America has taken the time to really honor her and, you know, respect the work that she has done over the course of her tenure here in Albany. So thank you again for this opportunity.
Hi, everyone. My name is Samara Brook, and I have the honor of representing the 55th District in the New York State Senate, which includes parts of the city of Rochester and surrounding suburbs. I also have the privilege of serving as the chair of the New York State Senate's Committee on Mental Health, where I work with colleagues, advocates, and organizations across the state to find solutions to the problems our mental health system is experiencing. I'm incredibly grateful to be nominated as a recipient of Mental Health America's Legislative Champion Award. However, recognition isn't why I and so many others do this work. We do this work because in communities across our state and nation, individuals and families are struggling to get the care they need, and they look to us as leaders to do something about it. In fact, as I was running for office in 2020, my hometown of Rochester made national headlines following the killing of Daniel Prude, who was killed during his encounter with law enforcement during a mental health crisis. And while we were already seeing that the pandemic was putting increased strain on our already overburdened mental health system, it became clear in a very real way just how broken our systems were. That's why, after I was elected, I advocated to create a standalone mental health committee in the New York State Senate, where we've been able to enact real change for the folks who call the Empire State home. We've created our state's 988 line, with reporting metrics and training measures to make sure that diverse communities are receiving culturally competent care. Building support for Daniel's Law, named for Daniel Prude, which would completely transform crisis response in New York State. Daniel's Law would allow a trained counselor or peer to be the first line of response for a mental health emergency, so that those in crisis can be met with the compassionate care they deserve and never violent force. We secured the first pay increase for New York's mental health workforce in over a decade and are taking steps to diversify the mental health workforce as well. We're also passing legislation to study and treat maternal mental health conditions, which is the most commonly occurring pregnancy complication affecting 1 in 5 pregnancies, and the 3rd leading cause of pregnancy-related death, according to the New York State Department of Health. In fact, many of our accomplishments in New York would not have been possible without partner organizations like MHA and its affiliates advocating for bills and informing legislation. Together, we've been able to secure meaningful investments and policy changes at a time when they've never been more needed. I'm so grateful to have partners in this work who see the value of transforming and improving our mental health system. And I'm honored to be recognized as a legislative champion by Mental Health America. Thank you again for this important recognition.
Melissa Silva from our Mental Health America of Louisiana has a very important award to present. You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. It is with great pleasure today that I accept this award on behalf of Senator Louis Bernard, as he could not be with us this afternoon, actually. Louisiana Mental Health Association immediately began working with Senator Bernard. He is one of Louisiana's greatest senators, and he introduced Senate Bill 34 after witnessing the high rate of suicide in our youth, and especially within our college kids. SB 34 will require, and has required, 988 to be included on all Louisiana driver's license and personal identification cards. MHA was able to provide Senator Bernard with key data and statistics on mental health prevalence in Louisiana and how to best raise awareness on these issues. We worked with Senator Bernard to raise awareness and to also make SB 34 a key initiative in our Behavioral Health Day at the state capitol. Many advocates were there, and they advocated and attended legislative meetings to raise awareness on SB 34 and to educate our legislators on the importance of 988. Staff attended committee hearings with Bernard and offered support to Senator Bernard during the process until the bill was successfully passed and turned into law. Louisiana is now the first state to make 988 legal on all forms of personal identification. We are first at something. Louisiana Bernard thanks the Mental Health of America for this honor. He is humbled to be recognized and is grateful for Louisiana Mental Health Association for this nomination. In his own words, he says, "I am very proud of SB 34, in addition of the 988 hotline number on all state driver's license and personal identification. As I have learned by working with Louisiana Mental Health Association, this will prove to be a lifesaver for all those in need of care." Senator Bernard has applauded the work of MHA of America and the work of MHA of Louisiana for their continuous efforts to promote and advocate for awareness of mental and behavioral health issues. Thank you.
We've got one more award. All the awards are extraordinarily important. I want to please invite Marcy Timmerman from our Mental Health America of Kentucky to introduce Senator Dr. Karen Berg from Kentucky. And after Dr. Berg accepts the award, she's going to share a very personal story with us.
Yeah, Senator Dr. Karen Berg is an emergency radiologist from Louisville. She was elected in 2020 and hit the ground running, let me tell you. She co-sponsored that year's bill that created the Commission on Race and Access to Opportunity, where she sits and forces them to talk about change, whether they like it or not. I love it. She co-sponsored Senate Bill 135 this year, which promoted postpartum depression education, which we all have heard quite a bit about maternal mental health, right? She initiated bills to require suicide prevention training for law enforcement. It didn't pass yet, but hey, we'll see it again. Consistently since 2020, she has co-sponsored the bipartisan Youth Mental Health Safety Act, or Protection Act, sorry. When it finally passes, it will ban licensed providers from performing so-called conversion therapy. Yeah, she's one of our, and it's a bipartisan effort, y'all. Hasn't passed yet, but we're getting there. For her own reasons, as you'll hear soon, she's a supporter of 988 solidly. I don't have to worry about her. She is also kind of TikTok famous right now. Y'all will be able to TikTok her, search for her name. I know she probably doesn't know she's TikTok famous. She's not a TikToker, but she's become that because of her impassioned speeches several times, unfortunately, that were required. For all that and more, I'm so pleased to give her an award this year.
Thank you. Okay, guys. First of all, thank you so much for this recognition. I've never gotten a national award before, and so this really means something to me. So thank you. And I have a couple minutes, and I'm going to try to share the story of my journey as a mother, as a physician, and now as an elected state legislature. So many of you, or maybe you do know, I don't know who knows anymore, but I am the mother of an openly trans son who committed suicide about 8 months ago. And I wanted to share with you a little bit about what that journey for us was like. You know, they say that okay, first let's start with something. Trans people exist. And for anybody to say it's not possible, they don't exist, you know, to me, it's sort of the analogy that I keep thinking is you can be raised, like I'm Jewish. I was born into a Jewish family. I was raised Jewish. You test my blood, it will have Jewish DNA. But guys, I am allowed to convert. I can, in my heart of hearts, say, you know what? I feel Catholic and I can be Catholic. The analogy is the same. And, you know, people assume that trans people must have an underlying mental illness. I am convinced it is not being trans that is the mental illness. What causes the mental illness is the reaction of society towards trans people. So for me, and I know we're short on time, so I'm gonna try to be succinct here. My child didn't come out to me until post-puberty, first week of high school. And honestly, even though I was a physician, I didn't know anything about trans children. I had never been taught about it. I did not know I didn't know. Luckily, that night, I had already been scheduled to have dinner with two of my friends who were pediatricians. And I went from this conversation with my son to their house, and it was a godsend because somebody was able to tell me from the beginning, this is okay. This can be okay. But the thing about coming out at his age is that once he transitions, it becomes very hard in somebody post-puberty who has already gone through the puberty of their biological sex. It becomes very hard to protect that child from people that are, and I said this on the floor once, you don't realize they come after you. There are people who feel 100% empowered to go up to a 15 and 16-year-old child to their face and say, you are so sick that you do not deserve to be alive. There are people all over the internet who will send them messages day in and day out. Kill yourself. Kill yourself over and over and over. So, the data actually shows, and if I had known this, guys, I may have done something differently. The data shows, honestly, the younger you come out, the higher your risk of suicidality and suicide. And in our case, what it was the chronic over and over again micro trauma of trying to just be your authentic self in a world that did not feel that they needed to acknowledge you. So that is why, for me personally, things like this pronoun bill that we passed last session is so hurtful. Because we have data, guys, that show if you can get one adult to affirm a child, you can decrease their chance of suicidality by 20-30%. If you can get that child affirmed by adults, not by classmates, it doesn't work by classmates. It has to be adults in environments at home, at school, at work, at church. Every one of these can add to their sense of well-being and their sense of being worthy. So we passed laws in my state, literally making it entirely optional. Optional. Any student, any teacher can, on their own, even if I have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria, even if I send in a letter to the school saying, this is something my child needs for their health care, guys, and mental health care and physical health care, it is all health care. We do a disservice, actually, by calling one and one the other. It is all health care. So anyhow, these laws basically are designed to propagate hate. For us, and I'm gonna go through this briefly because this is honestly not a story I have shared in public yet, but I think it would be worth this audience to hear what we went through. Yeah, my child went to the same school from kindergarten through high school. He transitioned openly and publicly to the point where he was willing to testify in our legislature, and was known as a young trans male. But what happened to him, from the best I can tell, he made it through high school, and it was hard. It was hard. I mean, the head of his school told me at one point, Harvard-trained educator, that he had never in his life met a meaner class of children. And then when you have adults who say that you do not have to affirm this child, what it does is it gives the children, and children will be mean, it gives the children the authority to do the same. We got out of there. We sent him to college. He got in his first choice school, praying that we're in a safer place and we're going to do better. And within a year, what happened to us is that once he got into a safe environment, once he got somewhere where he was no longer constantly like this fight or flight type of thing, the hurt, the pain, everything that he had held on to and internalized just to get through middle school, get through high school, get the hell out of there, came back. And it just welled out of him. He called me, Mom, I can't quit crying, and I don't even know why I'm crying. And the diagnosis eventually was complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And, you know, it's not easy finding good mental health care and finding the appropriate mental health care. It's extraordinarily expensive. I mean, as a family, I'd say that first year, we spent over $250,000. And all told, I think we've probably $500,000 out of pocket. But when we got him to a place, basically what they told me is that he had spent so long trying to figure out, what do I do to fit in? How can I be included? What can I do to belong? That basically he had lost any sense of actually who he was. That his core identity was not there. We spent years and years getting that identity back. And the day my son killed himself, his psychiatrist called me and said, the 80% of Henry that you knew and you loved did not do this. But there was still inside so deep, because he had tried to put it away to where he couldn't hear it and see it and feel it. But those messages that you are unworthy, that you do not deserve to exist, that you are so strange that we can't even figure out how to make an accommodation for you in our classrooms. Part of that was still inside. So, you know, you ask my son's friends, his closest friends, his friends up in DC, because he didn't live at home with me anymore. I'd sent him off to college when he was 17, 18 years old. His closest friends will say Henry was murdered, that it wasn't Henry. It wasn't Henry that did the suicide. It was the pieces of him that were still so hurt and so angry and so lost and didn't believe there was a way to ever really fit in. So that's what happened to my child. Now then, I'm going to talk just a little bit, and somebody tell me, oh, we're 5 minutes already. Shoot. Okay. Real quickly, I just want to talk about pronoun bills go to the absolute core of a child's identity. Bathroom bills, the same. These laws are intentionally being designed to hurt these children. Politicians in my state will get on TV and say, we will eliminate transgender children from the classroom. Now, why? And real quickly, I know I have 5 minutes, but I need to tell you this because this is important. It started back in 2002. American College of Pediatricians formed in response to the American Association of Pediatricians saying that it was okay for gay people to adopt and raise children. And this was a small group of pediatricians at the time who broke off from that group because they believed as an ethical absolute that homosexuality is deviant, that it is not safe to be around children, and that it should not be tolerated. And over the years, these people, this group of about 500 providers, maybe 40% of whom are actually have MDs behind their name, have hooked up with a group called the Alliance Defending Freedom. And the Alliance Defending Freedom is a Christian nationalist group. And they have successfully brought this legislation and passed it now in 20 state houses in the country last session. Now, why are 20 state houses in the country receptive to this language? I'm going to tell you quickly, and then I'm going to stop, guys. We are at a precipice. We are at a point where we can change this world, the trajectory of our society. And that is what the young people want to have happen. And that's honestly what we need to have happen going forward. But we have a group of people who have historically been in power that are being disempowered, and they don't know how to respond. Because, guys, they lost on gay rights. They lost in the courts. They lost in the minds of, in the public. So they can't go back and use homosexuality and gay rights as their boogeyman. They're losing on abortion. Every single election that has happened since Dobbs fell shows them clearly, guys, we cannot stay in power on this issue. They are not with us. They're losing on gun control. And it is the same exact people, the same exact groups coming in saying we will never limit access to guns in our state, who are saying that trans children should not be allowed to live. And why are they saying that? Because honestly, their polls showed them that when you talked about male to female transgender athletes competing against other women, that polled positively in this country. That was the deciding factor for these people to think, and this is what they think, that they can win votes. Their constituents, they think, will rally behind them if they can get a boogeyman. And that's what they've done. And they have won. Now, they had 20 years ahead of us. They've been working on this for a long time. I could say so much more, but I know we're out of time. And thank you. Thank you for listening. If anybody has any questions, I'm more than willing to answer. Okay.
Would like
Few
to
minutes
to
for
ask questions.
If anybody has anything.
For Dr. Burke.
Hi. As far as I'm aware, we had no statewide services for bereavement. None. I mean, we did pass a law session before last that said if somebody dies, we're going to tell you in person instead of over the phone, because we had families that fell so apart by being told this over the phone. That was not even my experience. Nobody came to my door. I was told over the phone, and they knew I was alone. No, we have nothing. There are, groups. There's, like I belong to a suicide grieving group that, anybody can join. We meet once a week. But as far as something established by the state, I am not aware of it. There isn't. Doesn't exist.
Dr. Berg for her work, for being here and sharing her story. Where's our Barb? Barb, you coming in the door there? No, there's Trish. All right. Well, Barb's going to be here and we're going to get started right on time. So we're going to hear about the first year of 988, what has happened, what could be happening, all kinds of cool things we need to do to build it out all over the country. And we have a wonderful panel moderated by the Regional Policy Council's own Laura Evans of our affiliate Vibrant Behavioral Health. And I'm going to turn things over to Laura.
Yes. Thank you, Barb. Thank you, everyone. And well, thank you. That's very nice. I just want to say it's been very encouraging hearing the morning conversations and just so refreshing to hear everyone share their stories. Sharing our stories is how we eliminate stigma. So I just want to thank you all who have shared your stories. And even if you haven't shared your story, that's okay too, because you can take it on your own time. I want to thank Mental Health America, Debbie, the national policy team for all of the support they've provided to Vibrant and all of us as affiliates. I also want to thank Mental Health America of Indiana, MHA. The hospitality yesterday was amazing, and it was great to meet affiliate to affiliate and learn about all that you're doing. I was also very encouraged to hear so much conversation around 988. As you all may know, Vibrant Emotional Health is the administrator of the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. And we're so appreciative to all of you for your work. Many of you have crisis contact centers that answer the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline line, or have been very instrumental in pushing forward legislation around crisis services. So if Vibrant can ever be a partner to you in any capacity, please do reach out. So with that, I do want to start by sharing some information around the first year of 988. And I guess I also should, I'm very remiss in not thanking SAMHSA, who is the government agency for this program. And of course, my comments do not reflect their views or any views of the federal government. But we're very thankful for the program. And if we go to the third slide, we'll see, and I'm going to keep things very brief, just an overview of that first year of 988. And again, the creation of this 3-digit number is a testament to our policymakers, including one on the panel, and the advocates for getting us to this point. And the success of 988 with really very little marketing is because of all of you and the work that you all do in this room. So in that first year of 988, which I'm not sure who's advancing the slides, but if we could have the third one. Oh, I advanced the slides. I don't know. Oh, okay, there we go. Sorry about that. So for the first year of 988, you can see here, we had nearly 5 million contacts to the service, a little over 5 million contacts, which is phenomenal, right? The year before, when we had a 1-800 number, we had roughly 3 million, a little over 3 million calls, chats, and texts to the service. So we know that in that first year, having a 3-digit number has made it more accessible to folks, makes it easier to remember, particularly if you're in crisis. And again, this line isn't just for folks who may be in an immediate crisis, but if you're feeling any sort of distress, any sort of behavioral health, so substance use, mental health, suicidal, again, emergency, or you're feeling like one may be impending, you can reach out to this line, as well as loved ones, right? Very important if you're struggling of how do I help this person I love, those crisis counselors can also provide support to you. But we also know that there are people that we aren't reaching, right? So even though 2 million more people, or there's been 2 million more contacts to the service, we know that there are people who are struggling who have not reached out. And again, I think that's the importance of reducing stigma, to let folks know that there is hope. So I'm going to go to the next slide. And I do want to also acknowledge the centers. We have grown from 205 centers last July when the 3-digit number launched to 215 centers. And we also have a panelist who will talk about onboarding to the service. And then we have increased the number of national backup centers. So anytime that call, chat, or text can't be answered at the local level, there's a national backup system to ensure that every contact is answered as quickly as possible. Some of our new services, I think this is important because it's been touched on by other speakers today, not just acknowledging that LGBTQ plus people exist, but also providing support so that they can be themselves. We are very proud to launch an LGBTQIA plus subnetwork. So individuals have the option to call 988 and press 3 to reach a crisis counselor that is specifically trained and maybe a member of that community for that sort of peer-to-peer connection. And of course, because as it was mentioned earlier, having access to services in your preferred language is important. We're also very proud to launch Spanish chat and text. So individuals who prefer to chat and text can do so in Spanish. We already have Spanish call options if you call 988 and press 2. We will be in working with many communities on how to reach and create services that are important to them, whether it is other language services or other communities that are at high risk, including rural populations, white men, youth of color. So we are, our equity and belonging department is working very closely, and we hope to build those pilots out in the future. I will note that LGBTQ subnetwork started out as a pilot, and during that pilot program, I believe the number was like 300% more contacts than we had anticipated. So it just goes to show the need, and we hope that folks will use this line. Just a quick overview so that you can see your states here of national performance. So this is the first full year of 988. And where the contacts to the service are coming from. Again, this isn't 100% accurate because we know folks who use a cell phone, if your cell phone is registered to a different state than the one that you are calling the service from physically, then that will be aligned because 988 does not have access to location information. And again, you can see here on this slide, this is the in-state answer rate for every state in the nation, and the percentage that the crisis centers in that state were able to answer the contacts that originated from those phone numbers registered in that state. And I'll just note too here, these in-state answer rates, although we do have some work to do, have increased substantially in the past 2 years. I think that's a testament to the investment from federal and state sources, and we hope that that continues. And then finally, this is the average speed to answer. So how quickly are we getting to those calls, chats, and texts? You can see most folks are under 30 seconds. So not only have we had more contacts, but we're answering them faster. So we are serving more people, we're serving them faster, and again, with that same quality. A testament to your work here for many of our centers who are part of the network. 988 technology, we know that that's really important. So Vibrant and our data and technology team have launched several new technology pieces. I won't talk about all of them, but I do want to highlight the video phone. That's currently a pilot that we have in place for those who are deaf and hard of hearing. We heard from the deaf and hard of hearing community that they don't use TTY. And in these days of FaceTime, why would you? So we are launching a video phone pilot so that the deaf and hard of hearing can access through video communication. And then of course, workforce remains a challenge, not only for Vibrant, but also for many of our local centers. And so just wanted to highlight some of the federal policy pieces that were included in the FY23 omnibus bill, as well as just noting that, you can't pour from an empty cup. So we do have to treat our crisis center staff very well. That's not a surprise to any of you, but that doesn't always occur. Sometimes we need state policies to encourage and incentivize people to enter and stay in this workforce. And so this only goes to serve the people that need us. And so just wanted to make that plug for our policymakers here, that it's really important that we are supporting the people who are doing the work day in and day out, answering these calls, chats, and texts 24/7. And then just a quick highlight on FY24 federal activity. So the president's budget has requested $836 million in federal fiscal year 24 for the Lifeline program. We have most recently seen from the Congress that the House has appropriated or said they would like to appropriate about a $501.6 million for the program, and the US Senate $519 million, which these are very big numbers, but when you think about the 56 jurisdictions, so the 50 states, 6 territories, the contacts that we're seeing, making sure that we are paying staff well, making sure that we're incorporating the various sub-networks, that money goes very quickly. And so, it speaks to the need for states to find additional sustainable funding, including a 988 fee, leveraging Medicaid dollars, so that we can provide the supports and investments that mental health has long deserved and has not received. And then I also want to note on the FCC front, they met in July to update requirements around 988 outages and reporting notifications. There was an outage of the program in December 2022 for about 13 hours. It was not available via call due to a cybersecurity hack. And these requirements would allow or require the telecom providers, if they are hacked and it impacts the 988 program, to report so that we can promote other ways of reaching out to the service. And we're hopeful that this would put 988 on the same level as 911, so that there's more protections around their service to 988 so that it is less able to be hacked. But so we're very encouraged by the FCC to do that they did that. And we are hearing that they are continuing to look into having the location information for geo routing available. And then just quickly at the state level, and I won't go too much because you may be hearing from some of our panelists on this. In 2023 session, we had 2 states enact a 988 fee, so Minnesota and Oregon. We're expecting a 3rd bill to come through in Delaware. That brings, with the 2 states, that brings the state total to 7. And when Delaware is signed into law, that'll bring it to 8. There is model legislation out there. There's also legislation around 988 on IDs, student IDs. So again, if Vibrant can be helpful to y'all in any of your advocacy efforts, both for 988 or any part of behavioral health, please let us know. So with that, I will turn it over to Representative Steve Elison.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you, Debbie, for this opportunity. It's always great to be with you and be with like-minded advocates for behavioral and mental health. Just give you a little bit of background on 988. Back in, I think it was 2000, it was either 15 or 16, me and a colleague, I'm in the Utah House of Representatives, and my colleague, Senator Dan Thatcher, we're working on a bill to try to get a 3-digit number for Utah. And we kept hitting all of these barriers. We're trying to get an N11 number and, you know, like 211, 611, we actually, you know, 811. And telecom fought us really hard. But in meeting with a lobbyist from one of the large telecom companies that flew into town to try to kill our bill, he said, this is such a good idea. You should do it nationally. And he explained regionally how cell phone towers don't really know where state lines are and calls can get rerouted. And so I went to Senator Thatcher. I'm like, we've got to pivot. And growing up, my father used to say about really hard problems, that's going to take an act of Congress. Like this is impossible. And so all of a sudden I'm like, this would take an act of Congress. And so we worked with Senator Orrin Hatch and Representative Chris Stewart, and they passed a bill to give the FCC a year to study it. It took them a year and about 6 hours. I was watching. It was, yeah, the time expands to, or the work expands to fill the time. But that's okay. They came back and had the recommendation, and then another bill followed on that Senator Chris Stewart was a sponsor of. Senator Orrin Hatch had retired by this time, and then dedicated the number. I was really happy to see your slide about the telecom fees, not because I like fees, but as I'd gone to DC and was working with our congressional delegation, Congressman Stewart said, Steve, I think we're going to take out the part of the bill about the telecom fees because telecom doesn't like it and they're pushing me really hard. And it was my idea to put that in the bill because I'm like, some states, you know, aren't as fortunate as Utah because we've got a really good budget situation. I'm like, if they don't have that lever, they won't have the ability to fund it. And I'm like, Chris, don't give in to telecom. You've got to keep it in there. So when you said that 7-8 states had done it, I'm like, oh, good, we have that. So I'm going to share just a really quick story and then I'll tell you what we're doing in Utah. So a couple weeks ago, I was with some of my kids up in Alaska, and there's this glacier we love to go hiking on. And this year they're like, we want to go ice climbing, Dad, like vertical, not just kind of horizontal. I'm like, bad idea, bad idea. And they just kept hounding me, just like lobbyists. They could be great lobbyists. Not that I want them to go into that field, but finally I agreed. I'm like, okay, we'll do it. And I'm like, I said to myself, I don't have to climb. I can just take videos. After they all did it, like, all right, Dad, it's your turn. So I climbed up, and it was actually not as bad as I thought. But at one point, I lost all 4 points of contact with the ice. And I put this on my Facebook page, and I started dangling in the air like a puppet. And so I was doing a post about this, and then it came to me, and I started writing, the person at the end of my lifeline had me in their hands and saved me. And it was all good. And I thought, this needs to pivot instead of about a travel post to 988. And I talked about, there's points in our life where we all feel hopeless. and we need somebody else to reach out and help us. And in my situation, it was very intense, but short in duration, like, many crises that are dealt with. And then it dawned on me, I'm like, maybe that's where the term lifeline came from, was like rock climbing or something. But the reality is that we all need that resource. And now we've got an easy 3-digit number to remember. And so happy. I shared the slides and data I get with Congressman Stewart, and he's like, I just really had no idea what we were doing. So really excited to see where we're at. So in Utah, what we did is, before we tried to get the 3-digit number, we did a survey, and we found we had about 20 lifeline numbers, hotline, crisis line numbers throughout the state. There's a fly that keeps buzzing me. And when we had the vice presidential debate in Utah, a fly landed on Mike Pence's head. And so don't take any pictures, okay? I don't know if it's the same fly or what, but he didn't know it was there. I do. All right. Sorry. So we called these 20 numbers, and we created a matrix, and we found that some of them had like business hours. Some of them, the person took the cell phone home on the weekend, hoping the battery wouldn't die or they'd have reception. We got some voicemails. And so we decided we need to change our crisis system. And we ran a bill. I named it after this beautiful young lady named Hannah, who died by suicide at the age of 17. And the last thing she did before she took her life was to make a call for help. And it went to a voicemail, which was retrieved after her death by suicide. And her mother, Laura Warburton, has just been a huge champion. And so she agreed, generously allowed to share her family's story. And we said, we never want a call for help to go unanswered. So we said, anybody can run a lifeline, but you have to use certified individuals as approved by the state. And at a bare minimum, you have to have rollover to the state lifeline, which was the national affiliate of the national lifeline. So we got that bill passed, and we got a lot of money. And then once we found out we're going to get 988 passed, we got another bill passed. You might look at that slide and say, well, Utah wasn't one of those green states. It's because we funded it with an ongoing $17 million appropriation and have hired 40 additional crisis workers. And our latest statistics are less than 10 seconds to answer the call. Now, yeah, thank you. One thing I'd strongly recommend, because I know that my time is going to run out here soon, and Debbie's going to tell me to sit down. Something I'd strongly recommend is to find out in your states how they're handling the implementation of 988, because 988 is the door. And, if you look at this room, the door is a little simple apparatus, and you come in and here's the good stuff, and so it's, of course, someone to call, someone to respond, and a safe place to go, the crisis continuum. So we follow that on. I sponsored a bill in 2020 that funded a statewide network of crisis receiving centers and MCOT teams. We're actually just going to start rolling out virtual MCOT teams for the areas of the state that don't have quick access from a mobile team. And every session we come back, we created a commission. So if you don't have a commission that is governing this, I'd strongly recommend doing that. It's low cost. You bring in EMS, law enforcement, behavioral health, your lifeline affiliates, and we meet usually every month and talk about the issues and collaboratively decide what are we going to go to the legislature for. So for the past 4 years, we come back every year with a recommendation. We need an MCOT team in these MCOT teams in these areas. We need crisis receiving centers in this area. This year, you might see in the bill I'm sponsoring from the Crisis Commission a mandate for commercial health insurance companies to cover the costs of receiving centers. Yeah. Thank you. They're happy to pay for an emergency room visit, and they're happy to pay for, well, I should say happy. They'll pay for an emergency room visit, an ambulance ride, an inpatient stay, but something that is, clinically efficacious, lower cost, and less intrusive on the individual. They need a little bit of nudge. So the commission can give you the tailwinds to collaboratively get all these parts of the crisis continuum built out, because 988 is just the beginning. And unless you have that continuum of mobile teams and crisis receiving centers, it's going to be, they're going to eventually hit kind of a wall, and we don't want that. Now, we're even going further in Utah, saying we are building what's called the Huntsman Mental Health Campus of Hope, almost 80,000 square foot building that'll have crisis receiving, subacute, inpatient care, and a host of outpatient services, free dental, legal, and then connecting them with substance use disorder clinics, so we can, and getting them enrolled in Medicaid if they don't have that. And then case management, so we can follow up with these people and not just after 23 hours say, well, I hope your life is perfect now and we'll never see you again. We want that continuum of care to go on. So there's so much work to do in this area, and don't ever underestimate your ability to contact your state legislator and say, hey, I've got an idea for a bill. I hear precious few, from precious few constituents. Now, she just held up a sign that says 5 minutes remaining. Does that mean I still have 5 minutes? I think I'm actually out of my time now, but I appreciate it. So anyway, you can be, as Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world, and just go at it. And I know you can get it done. So thank you for your advocacy.
No, I don't think so. Okay, all right, I'll just go there.
Go with the fly.
Yeah. All of me over here.
Oh, now they're working. Now y'all are reading.
It's working. It's
We're working.
I just need the. Okay, I'm not sure, my slides aren't up. Oh, oh, wait. I've got it, I pulled up my slides. Nope, these are the wrong slides. These are for later. Yes, I will go ahead and start while they pull up the slides. I'm Shanna Mulvihill, Executive Director of Mental Health Minnesota, and we opened a Lifeline Center just this past April. And that Lifeline Center responds just to texts and chats because it became clear that that was an urgent need in our state that was not being met. Because initially there was no one responding to texts and chats at all in Minnesota, and we have. And obviously that needed to change. We've seen a big increase in the number of texts and chats coming into 988 overall. So I just wanted to share, just as a new Lifeline Center, just some observations of things that we've noticed about text and chat in particular. And then just to talk real briefly about kind of the workflow, or how a 988 interaction goes and what some potential interventions are, because I think for all of us to be ambassadors for 988, it's important to understand how that system works from a call center perspective. So just some initial observations that are more specific to text and chat. Certainly text and chats are by far the fastest growing interactions with 988. We're seeing that in our state, and certainly we're seeing that nationally as well, and largely used by youth. And so many of the interactions that we are responding to are, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds texting in. Texts and chats can also take a lot longer than an average phone call. And so that's been important in terms of us kind of determining our workflow and staffing, as well as what we'll actually be able to respond to. And they take longer, for a variety of reasons. People set their phone down, or they might be thinking about something. And but texts and chats also, of course, have a unique style and vocabulary, particularly when we're interacting with youth, that one-word answers or emoticons or slang that are important for us to
to be paying attention to, as well as the fact that we have to rely solely on words and we don't get the context or anything of people's voices. So that means that as part of the reason that it takes longer is that you need to kind of dig in a little bit more than you might have to with someone making a statement on the phone, but you want to really kind of understand what it is that someone's experiencing and why they might have said what they did. The other thing I think I would just note as an observation is that there can be pretty abrupt disconnections that happen in a text or chat conversation that just doesn't really happen as much on the phone, because if someone hangs up, you know that they hung up. You're not kind of left wondering, like, were they still there? Do they still need help? What's happening? So when that does happen, it is every time it's a discussion between the supervisor and the counselor to just kind of think through what was happening at that point of disconnection. And so is there a need for any outreach on our part to that individual? But it can be really hard on my staff as well, because they just don't know, right? They didn't have like a conclusion of that interaction that made them feel like they did what they needed to do. I'm just gonna go, I think I can do this right. Excellent. So this, I just wanted to, as I said, talk through kind of the workflow, if you will, of a text or chat, but this is very similar to the way that calls work as well. This is just kind of our experience, but I do think it's important because there is and continues to be misunderstanding about what 988 is. There are continued assumptions that we see on social media and other places that it's a direct route to 911, which in fact it is certainly not, but that's certainly important for us to acknowledge and understand. So someone reaches out to 988 and then a text or chat counselor responds and that conversation begins. There are 2 questions that we ask every person who reaches out to the Lifeline, and we try to do that within the first 5 minutes, although it's a little trickier in terms of timing with text and chat. And those questions are around whether or not they've had thoughts of suicide today or the last few days, and whether they've done anything to harm themselves today. Our focus is really on the here and now with the Lifeline. And so I think that's an important thing to understand as well. We may provide resources and other things throughout the context of the conversation, but our focus is really on safety for now for that individual. And so we use an assessment tool then, right, that's housed right within our database to help further assess the person if they do answer yes to either of those questions. If they answer no, we continue the conversation because they reached out for a reason. We also find sometimes the need to revisit the questions if needed, because maybe they didn't tell us the first time that we asked. At the bottom then is just kind of demonstrates a variety of different interventions potentially that we would use. But I really like to emphasize that we always use the least invasive intervention possible. And that's really a standard across Lifeline centers, that is our approach. And so it's, for those who feel like, we're automatically going to call 911, that is our absolute last resort. And so we generally start with provision of resources, and helping someone develop a safety plan, and following up the next day with a phone call to see how they're doing. We also can do warm handoffs to crisis services if needed, because we do have a robust mobile crisis system within Minnesota across all of our counties. And so that's also a possibility. To be able to do that and accomplish that via text means we have to first initiate a phone call. So there's certain things that we need to the person to agree to, and including a phone call out to them to be able to facilitate that warm handoff. And then 911 response, or what we refer to as an active rescue, is a potential intervention. It happens very rarely, Usually we're able to address the situation with these other options. But it does happen occasionally. It is particularly rare to do it non-voluntarily. And so the vast majority of any 911 interactions that we do have, the person wants that level of assistance at that point. And that only occurs if the person really is at imminent risk, which means they've already taken some level of action towards suicide. So that was what I wanted to cover. I'm talking about the fee a little bit later, but I just wanted to give everyone a little bit of context for how these interactions really go.
No. Can you put my slides up? So I'll start. So in New Jersey, we have legislation that has been that's been passed. We had a 1-year anniversary of 988. I'm really proud of our legislation. It does a couple of things that make it unique. One is certainly that we've included a good part of the crisis continuum that you've talked about, how important it is to have that evidence-based practice of someone to call, someone to come, and somewhere to go. We are building that, build it and they will come. We're not there yet, but we certainly are making excellent progress. The other thing we're working on that our advocacy has cut out for us this year is we're going to work on user fees again. It didn't pass the first time, and they're only like $3 a year per phone. So think of that. It's very small amount of money. And also our legislation contains a very good language for us to advocate on insurance coverage from the private sector. So we plan to work on that as well. I just want to, are my slides up? How come they're not forwarding? I got to hit the green one. Oh, the big green. Okay, here we go. So when do we call 988 and when do we call 911? So in New Jersey, we have 988, as I said, past our 1-year anniversary. 911 is being called, and we have a lot of money invested in these co-responder arrive programs in the state, which have a lot of media attention. So we're getting a lot of phone calls with a lot of confusion about when do people call 911 and when do they call 988. So this is message testing for you guys. So we're very interested to hear your response. You're the first group that's really seen this. So for 988, some examples include talking about suicide or planning to harm oneself, self-injury that does not require immediate medical attention, extreme depression, anxiety, or other mental health symptoms. And for 911, it's more physical emergencies where there's a police response in need of medical attention, severe intoxication, domestic violence, violent acts. So we're trying to get the public to begin to understand through public awareness, which we haven't started yet, what's appropriate to call and when. So what we found, and the data shows that of the 988 phone calls, less than 2% are really being transferred over to 911. And that data comes from SAMHSA. How come this is not forwarding? Did it forward? Yep. Okay, great. Okay, good. So 988, again, we've talked about, so when you call 988, as Shanna said, a crisis counselor is going to answer the phone and work with you to de-escalate your crisis through text, phone, or chat, and will help you to create a safety plan. We all know that in this room, the public doesn't necessarily have that same understanding. Then somewhere to come, mobile crisis teams. In New Jersey, we have a plan in place. We're very, very soon to launch an RFP for mobile crisis teams who will come out, people with lived experience, behavioral health professionals, clinical people, depending on the situation. These are going to be regionally based. They, again, are a non-police response. This is what we want the public to understand. And then, of course, within that context, we find that the data shows that on the 988 calls, less than 20% of those calls require a mobile team response. So just, these are stats that we want to just keep in mind to see as we evolve this evidence-based practice, who's going to go where. And then, of course, our last component, the last pillar of the crisis continuum is somewhere to go. And we are building voluntary crisis stabilization centers throughout the state. They have medical care, and we're really excited about them. They're expensive, but they're critically important in completing the continuum of care. 911 response, again, this is a police response, physical emergencies. We talked about the types of emergencies that will come through. This is where a dispatcher will answer the call and ask about the emergency and make an appropriate referral, almost always to police. In New Jersey, it's almost always to police. They, again, will call fire, EMS, whatever is appropriate. And we have co-responder models. They look very different all over the state. They're part-time. They're also very effective in many cases. But we want the public to understand, when do you need the police and when do you not need the police? And it's going to take a while for the public to really understand this, but we feel it's critically important. We've included, and we just got another $3 million in our budget this year for public awareness. So we feel this is a super important component. And then, of course, beyond the co-responder model, almost everyone ends up in an ED if there's any dangerousness involved, which often leads to hospitalization. The non-police model, we're trying to avoid that wherever possible, and we think we can. And we know what the statistics look like with that kind of a model. So that's basically a very rough draft of what we want to do on a public awareness campaign to really help people. We envision it on billboards, on buses, and it's build it and they will come. So thank you.
Thank you so much to our panel who are helping us drive the roads to 988. I want to say thank you again to you. We are running a tiny bit late, but I want to keep moving right along. We're going to drive the roads to rural. And I'm going to invite up our next speakers. I'm going to invite up Kevin Martone, who is the Executive Director of the Technical Assistance Center, and Renee Norden from our MHA of Fauquier County. And Kevin's going to give a big overview, and Renee's going to dive a little deeper and talk about some of the things our MHAs are doing. And I'm so happy to have Kevin here, who is the Executive Director, in addition to his job at Technical Assistance Center, of the National Association for Rural Mental Health, and I have the great honor of being on the board. Kevin, to you. You're welcome. Oh, I hit that.
It's deep in the afternoon, and there have been some really, really terrific speakers. And a lot of times if I have to speak in the afternoon, I sort of go through the day and I hear all of the speakers. And as I'm hearing all the great things the speakers are thinking, I get increasingly anxious about what the heck am I going to say now after all that really good stuff. And so we'll see what happens. But I just want to sort of make a comment too, just about some of the 988 conversation that we just had. I know it's been a focus in many of your states and everything, and I'll talk a little bit about it in the context of rural. But when you sort of look back over my career and things that are sort of have impact in systems, what's going on in 988 right now and crisis services in general is one of the big changes, right? It is something that will have long-lasting impacts. And when you think back about 911, 911 has taken decades and decades to sort of implement, and you could argue that it's not even implemented well. And 988 is sort of kind of hopefully learning from lessons past and things like that, but it is a game changer in the system going forward. A little quick story about that. So I've been a mental health professional my entire career once I realized I wasn't going to be a professional baseball pitcher. And my wife's a clinical social worker in private practice. We have two daughters. One daughter has developed a bipolar disorder when she was 12, early onset. And she's 20 now, and she's sort of grown up in a family of mental health professionals, and she sort of navigates her recovery, changes day to day. And she called me one night, and one of her friends, the sibling of one of her friends, wasn't doing so well, was really dealing with some loss and was having some suicidal thoughts. And she called me and she says, Dad, she's like, this is what's going on. She's like, what's that new number that's out there? It's like 613 or something like that. And I realized I was a failure as a parent and a mental health professional at that moment, because the easy 3-digit number to remember, she didn't remember when she needed to. So that said, it just talks about all the marketing and stuff. It is easy to remember when you look at the statistics and everything. What's happened in the past year, a little over a year, is really pretty incredible. There's a long way to go with it, and particularly in some systems, but it's a game changer. So that said, I'm going to talk a little bit about rural. I don't think anything, if you're working in sort of legislature or advocacy or whatever, that I'm going to say about rural is not something that you think about in urban and suburban settings, right? A lot of the issues are very, very similar, but it's really hard in rural, right? And it requires extra effort and extra thought and creativity. And that's what I hope you take away from some of this as I'm going through some of these slides. Generally speaking, in rural, you don't necessarily, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but you don't see a lot of differences in terms of just sort of the prevalence of mental disorders, okay? One thing I do want to say in the course of conversation that we've been hearing today, mental health, behavioral health, so mental health and substance use is really, really broad. We're talking about people who have serious, severe mental illnesses, psychotic disorders, bipolar disorders, affective disorders, to people who have anxiety disorders and depression, to what we heard today was really traumatic stress, which is a brain injury, which is caused by trauma, which could be caused by lots of things, obviously, right? And so when we're advocating and doing policy, whether it's rural or in urban, we have to sort of think about that scope of the mental health or mental well-being or mental impact, of folks who we serve in our communities. It's not easy. In this slide here, I have some suicide data. Suicide's an extreme, right? And the statistics are pretty startling. I mean, the treatment of mental disorders has been around for hundreds and hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, and we're doing better over the years, but our suicide rates are going up. And in rural, it's really bad. And so that's some of the takeaways. I mean, there's some nuances in terms of different populations who experience suicidality and things like that. And so you have to think about all those things. We heard really, really, really passionate and strong stories about folks who are in the LGBTQ community, transgender folks, who experience suicide, as well as different groups who may also experience it. But I think the one thing I also want to highlight is suicide rates, firearm deaths, okay? Suicides by firearms are driving suicide rates in this country. Okay, so you take the 2A debate out of it. Okay, I'm a firearm owner. I hunt, I fish. Goes along with my rural persona, I guess, even though I work in Boston. But we have to really think about suicide prevention and firearm safety. And there's a way to do that that's bipartisan. Because, I mean, if we all agree we don't want people to die, right? And firearm deaths are driving suicide rates, we can make wins there, right? So that's enough on that. Couple of takeaways I think that are important for you. A lot of what I'm going to frame is context. I'm not necessarily going to give you answers in this pretty short talk, but when you're thinking about access in rural communities, think about these buckets, okay? Providers. Do you have providers that exist in your communities? Okay. And then you have to think about ultimately, well, how far are those providers from where people live and all those things, but do you have providers that exist in communities? Workforce. Do you have a workforce who can actually work for the providers to deliver those services, right? National crisis right now. I've been in the field for over 30 years now. I've never seen the workforce shortages and challenges that we have, okay? In Massachusetts, I'll say it's because it's the world headquarters of where Dunkin' Donuts is. It's actually my hometown. You can go work at Dunkin' Donuts for like $20, $25 an hour, and you can go work at a group home for 12. Well, 15 is the minimum wage in Massachusetts now. Delivery models, okay? Here's where it gets really hard. What might be a delivery model in an urban suburban area may look very different in a rural area, right? We heard a little bit about that in the crisis conversation that we just had. And in rural areas, you really have to think about what that is. And you have to think about what are the services that work and what do people want, right? So in rural, if you live outside of town in farm country or Appalachia or in Alaska or whatever it is, and you're hours and hours, right? if your service model is you've got to come to the facility to get your mental health treatment, probably not going to work. Probably know what people want. So you have to think about what works for people in rural communities. You have to think about hub and spoke models. I'm not going to go into sort of technicalities of that, but where's like a centralized hub with remote service outposts that can serve people, right? You have to think about those things. Telehealth, for sure, right? Now, what's interesting to me in telehealth is people in rural communities have been talking about telehealth for a long, long time, right? When I was mental health commissioner in New Jersey, urban state, most densely populated state in the country, right? Barb Johnson and I agree. There are rural parts in New Jersey. I grew up in them, right? But it was like, no, you can't do telehealth. Like 10, 20 years ago, no, telehealth's bad. You have to see people face to face, right? Rural country was talking about telehealth for a long time because it was real, okay? Fast forward to COVID, everybody drank the Kool-Aid about telehealth, right? But the problem was in rural, you had all these broadband access issues and things like that. So even though everybody was on board with telehealth, in rural communities, it's still a really big issue. And you have to think about those infrastructure dollars to make sure that people can access that type of communication. Some states are doing pretty cool things there, like Oklahoma, for instance, who's doing a lot of work in crisis services, does some pretty cool stuff with teletechnology, and particularly in behavioral health crisis services. I think, so going down that list there too, beyond delivery models, you have to think funding and coverage, right? So in rural communities, people in rural communities are less likely to be insured by employer-based coverage. We also know there's some non-expansion states. We also know sort of the coverage of services that exist is pretty fragmented and weak, whether it's Medicaid or state general funds. One sort of caution I think I say to folks is, in the past 10 or 20 years, the pendulum of funding behavioral health services has swung well into the Medicaid realm, right? Makes sense. You want to draw down that federal match to match your state dollars. But in that vacuum, what's happened is, if it's not an eligible Medicaid service, then doesn't exist in the system, right? And so your state funds in your state mental health authority budgets have sort of gone down with the perception that, well, everything's going to be covered by Medicaid now. There's a gap there, and particularly in some rural communities where you need some creative solutions, you have to think about funding beyond your Medicaid paradigm to be able to cover and make services work. That's a really important thing, I think, to think about. And then I have this importance of social determinants of health. People who live in rural communities face significant health disparities and health inequities. Okay, and I used to give this example a lot when I was talking, when I was a state mental health commissioner. But I remember having a conversation with a guy who had schizophrenia and very serious illness. And if you look at the data on people with serious mental illness, on average, they die much sooner than the general population, right? It's not necessarily because of suicide, it's because of all the physical comorbidities and things like that. And he said, I could deal with the voices in my head. It's the fact that I'm homeless and unemployed and poor, and I'm, and all of these things, right? And so when you think about it, particularly, it's anywhere, but in rural communities, what are we doing to help people with mental illness, other disabilities, with affordable housing, employment, right? People want to work. People want to have a good place to live. And in rural communities, when you look at like HUD data, housing and urban development data on homelessness, the numbers tend to stick out in the big cities, Portland, Seattle, LA, and things like that. People who are homeless in rural communities are undercounted because they're often couch surfing. They're often camping in the woods. You don't necessarily see them. So if you want to make progress in rural access in your communities, you have to think about housing and housing assistance. And I have people still tell me, well, housing's a crisis, right? It's a crisis for everybody, no matter what. And people are like, well, we got to wait till rents are going to go down. Rents ain't ever going down, right? And we do a report at TAC every couple of years called Priced Out for people with disabilities. And for folks who are the poorest in our states, people who have a disability, a serious mental illness, who are on SSI, supplemental security income, they're making like whatever, $800 a month, whatever. There is not a single housing market in the country, not in Boston for sure, not in Bethel, Alaska, not a single housing market in the country where a person on SSI can afford housing at the fair market rent, which means the sickest of folks who we're serving are not going to be able to live in integrated, independent settings unless we do something about housing, okay? And when you have housing and you have a state, it's like basic Maslow chart. If you have housing, it's going to provide a level of stability, which is going to help you achieve your overall mental well-being. Okay, so NCSL pointed this out earlier in sort of their framework or their policy priorities from Assemblywoman Murphy. And this is a framework, I think. So when you're thinking about mental health in your systems, but when you're thinking about rural mental health in your systems too, think about it from these perspectives. You know, do you have services that sort of are prevention oriented, early intervention oriented, treatment oriented, and recovery oriented? So think about that in your buckets as you go. It sort of helps provide context and balance in your systems. Our systems right now, urban, suburban, rural, tend to be focused on some of these deep end, downstream types of things. And I'll get into that in the next slide. So again, this is not necessarily just rural, right? This is sort of everything. But then you think about it in rural. So do we have in our mental health systems, and do we have in our rural mental health systems, all of these components in our systems? And if you're looking at it as a legislator or an advocate, you're probably like, I don't know, right? And at the very top, it's prevention and wellness type of oriented things. And as you go down, it gets into your really deep end stuff, right? Your crisis services, your inpatient, your more costly, restrictive types of settings. I sort of have that in upstream and downstream, and I have in there your social determinants of health you have to think about through all of those things. And I just sort of put that out there as context, right? We talked, you know, I'll go to the next slide. So when you're thinking about your system, right, these, you know, Debbie titled it Rural Roads to Access, right? And access just isn't easy, right? It's not just like you call up and get an appointment somewhere. These are all the things that are, these are probably not all the things, but these are many of the things that are being discussed in state mental health systems right now, okay? And some of them are downstream, those more costly, more expensive things, and some of those are the more upstream things. You know, I'm not gonna necessarily go through all of these things, but you have to think about, particularly in the context of rural, what strategies are you gonna employ in these different areas for rural and urban types of communities? And it's gonna be nuanced in all those things. And I'm not saying that, I'm not suggesting that any of these things are good or bad or things like that. They're just the nature of what they are. You know, I mentioned the 988 and crisis systems changes going on right now. It is huge. And, you know, our country as a whole has sort of lacked a vision on crisis services. And we're sort of getting at that now, and that's terrific. But what does it look like? And we heard from the last panel, the vision, like Barb had mentioned, the vision is to sort of have mobile health clinicians go to a crisis when a crisis occurs, right? Well, in rural Alaska, remote Alaska, where you may have very limited access to behavioral health commissions or clinicians, right? Who's going to go, right? It may take the state police flying out there or something like that. In rural communities, you're much more likely to have hybrid types of approaches because the reality is, even in the best system, your mobile mental health response team may not be able to get there as quickly as police. Okay. And so that's more of a reality in a rural system, but there are lots of cautions there, right? You know, you have a lot of these hybrid teams, these co-responder teams that can be very effective when that planning's there. But on the flip side, and this is not a bash on police at all, because I work with lots of police departments across the country sort of in this space. They don't necessarily want to be the first responders. They're put in unenviable positions or, you know, positions that are just hard, even when they're sort of CIT trained, and CIT is sort of considered a best practice. But I can tell you, I've watched, I won't say thousands, at least hundreds of hours of police body cam footage and listened to hundreds of hours of 911 calls, right? And even with the best of intentions, a police response doesn't always have the best outcome. And what I mean by that is it doesn't necessarily, you know, what I see is good officers going out and in a good situation, they resolve the crisis, they put the person in the back of the car, they take them to the emergency department. That's not always the best outcome, right? So think about that in your rural communities. You're going to have to sort of adapt, hybridize things. You know, it's going to look a little different, but you still have to try to stay focused on some of those principles and things like that going forward. So in the interest of time and any kinds of questions and things like that, I'll just sort of jump to this last slide. Just some high level takeaways for you to sort of consider when it comes to everything behavioral health, but rural. try to focus on upstream services at least as much as you focus on downstream services. I know it's hard in public mental health, right? I was a state commissioner. I've done lots of work with state agencies across the country. Limited dollars. And so what do? You put them to where they're most in need. Your crisis services, your hospitals, your folks who are really, really, really sick. But I can tell you, and I mostly focused on adult services in New Jersey. I didn't have oversight of child and youth and adolescents. If we want to make a dent in the overall mental health of our country, we need to focus upstream on children and youth, period. Okay, there is so much to be done right there. And when you think about this in that context, particularly from a rural perspective, schools, right? In rural communities, where is the hub of any kind of activity? It's the school. And so you have to focus on how can you sort of bring behavioral health and education together. In a lot of systems, they just don't talk. So that's really, really important. Think beyond licensed clinical professionals, right? It's always kind of like the licensed clinical professional, blah, 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 blah. Peers, people with lived expertise are doing tremendous work in your systems. And I know most states are doing good work in that area. Really, really focus on that. Focus on community health workers, other paraprofessionals, family members, who can really help bolster the behavioral health workforce. Think beyond behavioral health to the social determinants of health. Please, please do not lose sight of that. If you want to make progress in your systems, if you want to keep people out of emergency departments, you want to keep people out of state hospitals, you want to keep people out of jail and off the street, think housing. Need to expand and adapt the evidence base in rural communities. Most of the evidence base, assertive community treatment, things like that, is really built in urban environments, right? So if you want to think about assertive community treatment and evidence-based practice and how to apply that to rural communities, you have to think about that in research and evidence. And there are good examples. I mean, there's in Montana, I know, for instance, there's a really good example of a rural assertive community treatment team to Fidelity, right? So if somebody tells you we can't do it to Fidelity, people are doing it. Think about it. Integrated care, hub and spoke models, telehealth, consultation available. One thing rural has always done well, because it's by default, it has to, was almost think about it from an integrated care perspective. Because if you don't have behavioral health professionals that exist in a rural community, and it's your pediatrician or your primary care doc, they're by default treating mental illnesses and substance use disorders. Not saying it's perfect, right? But that integrated care concept can work. Another concept in rural communities, specifically when you don't have a workforce, is those teleconsultation types of practices. So when you have access to consult with a pediatrician or someone in a rural community, those are obviously important things. I mentioned school-based programs, and I mentioned that piece on funding and coverage. Medicaid's critical, but it shouldn't be the only source of money that's out there to support your service delivery system out there. Yeah, I'll end it there. So I threw a lot at you quickly, so thank you.
We have, if you all don't mind, if folks kind of get some snacks while they're listening to you, and we're going to cut our break in half so I can get you out of here at the promised time. Yeah. So push your button, turns green. There you go.
It's amazing, those red and green things. I'm just going to sit here. I did not do slides. I knew we were going to be short of time. And so I love that Kevin has sort of talked about the big picture, because I'm going to talk about what I see in my community, and then also what I've heard through our communities of practice, rural communities of practice with MHA. And so my name is Renee Norden. I am the executive director of the Mental Health Association of Fauquier County, which is a little misnomer because we serve Fauquier and Rappahannock counties. Fauquier County has about 73,000 residents. Rappahannock County has about 7,200. Rappahannock County also has further challenge because over 60% of their population is over the age of 65. So it's an aging community. Rappahannock County also has the highest per capita rate for veteran suicide in the state. Fauquier County has one of the highest for ODs in the state, compared especially to the rest of our 5-state planning district, our 5-county planning district. So we really approach this mental health crisis as a community issue. We convene area stakeholder groups regularly. So Rappahannock County has something called the Rappahannock Roundtable. It is filled with anyone that is anyone in Rappahannock County. I laugh because when I first became executive director, that was my stakeholder group that scared me. Because you know how in groups you kind of brainstorm things? These Rappahannock residents would get a hold of something and just go running with it. And I'd be like, wait a second, wait, can we really talk about if this is a good idea first? But off they go with it. And so then we also have a mental health collaborative, which involves both counties. And then we have a mental health schools coalition, which also involves both counties. When you were working in rural populations, and I grew up in a rural community, we have to remember that that community is based on self-reliance. So if we think we're going to come running in on our white horse, they are going to be closing the corral, even taking our horse out of their corral. They do not want us to come in as saviors. And it takes a great deal of work to come in as an ally, to come in as somebody who's going to listen. I laugh because this Rappahannock Roundtable, we read a book on agency. And so we're all talking about agency because one of our, the food bank there was really concerned because there was this one gentleman living in this horribly dilapidated house on the side of a mountain, usually didn't have enough food, didn't always have electricity. So we had these very well-meaning, Rappahannock County also has a lot of people that have retired there. So Northern Virginia, good intentioned people. And so they are the ones actually who run the food bank. So they kept saying we keep bringing groceries up and leaving them on his porch. And we go back the next time and they're just rotting there. And it's because he didn't want to accept a handout. But I laughed because we had this whole conversation on agency and it sounded like people were buying in. And then we get back and somehow this gentleman comes back up again. And they're like, well, maybe we're just dropping off the wrong food. And I'm like, that's not agency, right? And so finding ways of working in our communities where people can support each other, because that's what rural life is about. I love that in this community of practice, huge plug, come join us. We've had one meeting, but one of the first things we talked about was what it meant to be rural, right? And it was that idea of the community support. So, as Kevin said, the school is really important, but there are also other great groups there. And so in our community, we're also working with faith leaders. And let me just tell you, you can piss off a faith leader pretty quickly if you don't listen to them first. And so we do have the gamut of, we have faith leaders that believe in the positive, the power of the Bible, and that is all anyone ever needs. We have others that immediately call me to say, hey, you need to talk to this person. And they run the gamut in between. So we try to find ways of reaching them without calling anyone out. So if anyone's ever heard of spiritual first aid, it's like the mental health first aid curriculum. It's out of Wheaton College. They have a great class. And so we do these cohorts of faith leaders and other people who are active in their churches to just sort of sit side by side and go through the curriculum. They've just developed a new community spiritual first aid. So we're piloting that this fall. But just ways of, I call it sneaky mental health, right? For May Mental Health Awareness Month last year, we actually focused on bibliotherapy. And so got books for all our, independent schools or private schools and our public schools that had, for the older kids, characters in the books that had a mental health concern, like maybe anxiety, and maybe modeled in during the book. That wasn't the purpose of the story, but modeled healthy coping mechanisms, and then by the, unhealthy, and then by the end, healthy coping mechanisms. Some ways for our children to be able to, read about characters that are experiencing the same thing. I still miss, I don't know if you all remember, but those after school specials. How did I learn about suicide? The after school special. I still remember, the boy giving away his Letterman jacket. We don't have those anymore. Our kids have access to everything on the internet, but almost that's too much, right? So we're working with our, with our faith community, we also go to their picnics. We set up tables, and at our tables, we have information about help lines, but we also have trigger locks. No judgment. right? But hey, free, here they are. We also have harm reduction kits that our local community service board puts together. Again, no judgment, just there. The other thing to be aware of is, we have a lot of farmers. There have been some great advances. The Farm Bureau is doing a mental health for farmers. And let me just tell you, I tried entering into this with our local cooperative extension, and we tried to offer an adult mental health first aid for farmers. Guess how many farmers I had show up? None. I had the extension agents. They were really excited to learn, but not my farmers. The state of Vermont actually has a 2-year-old, I used to call it peer-to-peer, but now the word peer has so many different meanings. I'm going to call it a farmer to farmer. So they educate the farmers in mental health, and then they, with their local farmers, the people they've been hanging out with anyway, check in with each other. So for me, rural is really about education. And we talk about prevention. I know all of us are getting tired of pulling people out of the river. We have to go way back in prevention. And I know you said the youth, and we have to remember our youth and our kids still have to go home to parents who are those adults. I laugh because one of our community service board has these parenting classes. And I had a man come to one of our tables and I was like, well, there's these parenting. He goes, I don't need help parenting. I just need help with my kid. I'm like, okay. So if you're going to have a parenting class, yes, don't call it a parenting class. Call it helping with your kid, right? Again, sneaky mental health. 988, we've done a lot with 988. We were lucky that we were one of the first states to really, jump in full force. Our current governor has done more for mental health than probably any other governor in the history of the state, which is fabulous. We do a lot with social isolation. I work with an organization called Aging Together and Rapid Home. So again, using those community, those nonprofits that are already there to come together to figure out what you're doing. Our sheriff in Rappahannock, she has a list. You can sign up if you are a person who wants, sheriff will call somebody from the sheriff's office. You will call them every day before 10 a.m. And if you don't, they call you. And it's just that interaction. But there are so many different ways that we can work in our school systems and all that in rural without, adding to that self-reliance instead of believing that we're going to come in and solve the problem. So again, educate, educate, educate. All right. I've been given the conclude. We were ready to answer questions too, but we don't have time.
We don't, but you're here and we appreciate
Yes.
it. And I want to thank you, Renee, and I want to thank you, Kevin. And we're running just a little bit late. Now, I know everybody, might be thinking about that bio break. So we're going to cut our break down to 5 minutes. And I want to invite you on your way back in to get some of that yummy cake that's around in various places, and then be back here because we're going to hear about Indiana's transformation of their system, which is phenomenal. It's a terrific systems approach. So I'm going to see everybody back here in 5 minutes. Thank you. All right. Good. Wasn't that cool? I didn't know about it. Did you? We're gonna, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like,
Hi, Laura.
Hey, but we haven't met in person. How you doing?
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Some snacks. Are we back? Hello. Hi, everybody. All right. Okay, I think you can all hear me now. I know that we have had so much great information and it has been really exciting, but we're not done yet. We are very privileged today to have Jay Chowdhury, who is the Behavioral Health Director for the state of Indiana, here to join us today and tell you about the amazing transformation that is happening right now in Indiana. Jay?
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. Jesus. I can't compete with snacks, obviously, so it's all good. Thank you so much for having me. And I as the official state representative, may I say, I love the racing metaphor. Yeah, it's sort of obliged to say that, so I appreciate that. I'm Jay Chowdhury. I'm not Break, which is what it says on the agenda, but that's my name is Jay Chowdhury. And yeah, so we're here to talk a little bit more about sort of a breakdown or a case study and how we were able to do what we were able to do this past session in Indiana. It was a group of thousands of people kind of working together to do this, and so it's not really about policy, right? So I had a call from another red state last week, and they asked, how did you guys pull that off, right? How did Indiana, which is super majority and generally all one of the more conservative states, how did you make that happen? And they were like, what's the right policy? What's the magic bullet there? And I was like, just slow down. You're getting it backwards, right? We had alignment and we had grassroots support. And then we had policy, right? That's the direction these things flow. It's not magic policy and then all of a sudden you generate alignment. It's the other way around. And that's kind of what we're here to talk about today is the work that we did to generate that alignment and the sort of intentional steps we took to make that happen. Indiana's behavioral health system, does it look familiar to anybody? I think this is pretty much how it is everywhere, right? So fragmented, chaotic, underfunded. The financing piece, I think not only is it underfunded, it's also funded weird, right? Like it's not, wrong, sure, but also just like the way, there's money going back and forth and to counties and back to the state and then to the feds and back to just like a huge convoluted mess, right? That's how our system is essentially. It's also, static. It's the same system we had in basically, in 2010 and 1994, it's kind of the same thing, right? It's not, there's a little bit of changes, the Community Mental Health Center Act turned 60 this year. And I've made the joke before and it's kind of ageist. So I apologize, maybe it's time for that system to be retired. And I think that's like, kind of where we are. Right. And also it doesn't really meet the needs of the community and people, I think really are starting to feel that. This is my own visualization of it. So it's supposed to hurt, right? So you have all these different things, like coming in and bombarding the system and all these different places where people get care and they're not connected and they don't talk to each other. And it's just really, really not user friendly and not friendly for anybody. And that's the situation, I think. Right. So what does that tell us? What are some of the insights? So that's a situation that we had, like a lot of other places, especially a lot of places that have not invested in behavioral health, but really in general public services for decades, right? That's just the situation here and situation a lot of places. A few different things. I can't quite see what it says, so I'm just going to start talking. So fundamentally, this is a structural problem, right? This is not the fault of any individual actor in this system. And that is the most important message that we had to kind of drill down, because the truth is, in any complicated system, you have a lot of actors with their own incentives and their own agendas, right? You have the providers, they want one thing. You have the healthcare system, they want one thing. You have counties and communities and criminal justice, and they all want, they all globally want the same thing, but in the individual cases, they want different things. And how do you get past that, right? How do you get folks to put aside their kind of initial or their literally sort of parochial interests and talk about the same things? And so what we arrived at was sort of the let's talk about this as what it is, which is a structural and foundational problem, not something. I was on a panel when I first started this job. This was like almost 4 years ago now. It's hard to believe. With a couple of state legislators, like they're like, what are some pilot programs that are working in various places? And like, that doesn't matter. Like, that really doesn't matter until you fix the foundation of the system. Like, no little thing that works here or works there or works there is going to matter at all. And let's put it out there. Let's say this is a foundational structural problem that requires a foundational structural solution. And so, I often say, if you have a house with a crumbling foundation, you don't go around looking at doorknobs and light fixtures and, you fix the foundation, right? And do you fix it or do you build a new one? That was the question, right? And this is where that fiscal complexity, which I'm sure is the same in a lot of states, because it's just ways to, multiply and get more resources. And all this evolved, I think, with the best of intentions, right? But when you have as complex of a financial situation as we had and most states have, is that actually reformable, or do you need to build a new one? And that was the question that we had in front of us. And I think so. That was the problem. The opportunity that we had, that I think a lot of states have, and like everybody has right now, is I think for maybe one of the first times post-pandemic, post-COVID, we were all talking about it. And we were all on the same page, at least that, this is not working. Something needs to be done. Now, that's a very simple sort of statement. And, I think a lot of people were talking about, kind of overall increases in anxiety, depression, and mood disorders. And we're talking about things like, the public safety net behavioral healthcare system, which are not directly related, but the conversation was oriented in a way that we could make some moves. Right. And so, so here's kind of what we figured out, what we needed. Like I said, we needed a structural fix. We couldn't nibble around the edges anymore. This is something that, we sort of needed to go big or go home, essentially, because there was no little thing that we could do that was going to make things better. Like I said, also really important. And this is where I think one thing we lose as a profession writ large is we are really bad at packaging and messaging, right? I don't just mean mental health. I mean, sort of public policy, government, period. We are really bad at talking to like regular people about things. We use acronyms and we use confusing words that sound good but don't mean anything to most people. And so this had to be simple. Right. Had to be simple and understandable to the average person, like your average state legislator. What in Indiana, what is their profession? They're not lawyers, they're not doctors, they're not professionals, they're insurance salesmen. That's the single most represented profession in the Indiana General Assembly. And it's similar other places too. These are not people, these are not policy wonks, and that's not an indictment against them. Frankly, I think it's somewhat of a credit to them. I'm saying that as a lawyer, like it's, we tend to overcomplicate things, and we're not good at getting into the essence of what things mean. So it had to be simple. It also had to be realistic. Like, there's ways, you can't boil the ocean, right? Since we've instituted some of these policies, I've gotten a lot of feedback from folks. Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you focus on this? Why didn't you do this? And it's like, well, because we're doing really big things right now, and we only have so much bandwidth and energy. So we have to focus. So it has to be simple, and it has to be, sort of limited in scope, as hard as that is done. Even though it's big, it's also limited in scope. It has to be something that generates alignment between all the stakeholders, right? So not just the advocates, not just criminal justice, not just the faith community, not just the state, everybody. We need everybody on the same page. And so, luckily, a little serendipity in March of 2020, right before the world completely went to shit. They introduced the Behavioral Health Commission was established for the first time in 12 years. So this has been long overdue, and this was explicitly designed, to go big, right? And I was appointed chair of it, which is kind of unusual, right? Like normally, like the state authority is not appointed chair of these sorts of commissions. It's supposed to be an independent thing. I think this was COVID. They were like, just do it. Like, you're not gonna. Hopefully, you won't screw it up. Like, we just do it or whatever. It's fine. And so we had that vehicle, right? And it really, after a little bit of floundering, I think, because I think a little like, what am I doing? Like, this is not, I'm a lawyer. Like, this is not my world. Like, I'm not a behavioral health professional. But it sort of occurred to me, it was sort of told to me by some people, actually, the strength that you have in this role is you can generate that alignment, right? Because you are the state, you can get everybody on board, you can direct the state in a certain direction, and then you can get everybody on board. And so that's basically what we did. And you can download our report, and Steve McCaffrey, who's here and the affiliate here, was on the commission as well. I don't think anybody else from here was on there, but apologies. Yeah, so Senator Kreider was the father of the commission. He and his leadership has been outstanding. But so what we got, and you heard something about this, but we got Indiana Senate Bill 1 last legislative session, which is a big deal, right? Like, that number means something. It's the first time, according to folks that have been around for a while, not to call you old, Steve, but just like, you've seen a lot, you've been around. This is the first time in your experience that this has gotten that sort of that level of priority. We had the just absolutely relentless grassroots support for this bill. Reverend Lund is here. I'm so happy about that, because the faith community, Faith in Indiana, and those folks, I mean, they had thousands of people sort of saying, like, this is what we want, right? And we're demanding this happen. One of the reporters covering the State House called the testimony for Senate Bill 1 in one particular committee an absolute masterclass, right? We had powerful stories and experts kind of melding together and giving the legislature kind of exactly what they needed. And so again, it boils down to that simplicity, right? It boils down to that messaging and packaging. And so we did not get the fee, right? We had it, I think, until the revenue forecast came out and showed that we had $1.5 billion or more than we thought we were going to have. And so at that point, I think the fee was dead. But we did get sort of a historic infusion of funding. And as the person, put my other hat on, the person responsible for spending it, I'm kind of glad we didn't get more, because I don't know how I'm going to get this other money out the door, because it's state government. It takes a long time. But I think so. We are in a much better place. So just really quickly, because this is not a policy conversation, really, you all know what this stuff is. But what I want to highlight here is not so much the specific policy. We've had people talk about 988 and the comprehensive crisis response system, but just how beautiful that is as messaging, right? Someone to contact, someone to respond, a safe place for help. That was the actual title of a summit hosted by our Supreme Court in October. Like that tagline was the title of 1,000-person, all 92 county summit hosted by our Supreme Court, not a mental health stakeholder, not a behavioral health expert group, but the Indiana Supreme Court hosted a summit with that tagline, because it's so easy to understand, right? And that's really the takeaway. Not the policy is great, it's wonderful, and there's lots of policies that are great and wonderful, but you have to make it easy to understand to the average person. So that really was the reason. And you're probably gonna talk about, Reverend Lund, like, that this was the same tagline that the faith community adopted in their advocacy for it. Someone to contact, someone to respond, and a safe place for help. And that has been repeated over and over again by people that you would think had no business repeating this sort of tagline. Sheriffs and prosecutors and public defenders and just all kinds of people sort of saying the same thing over and over and over again. And that is why we got what we got. It wasn't because of the policy. It wasn't because of you know, the magical outcomes that we were able to pull. I mean, this is just really new. Like, there's not outcomes necessarily that you can draw on. I mean, there's the stuff that's there is promising, but it's also not, you know, rigorously proven through our RCT or anything. This is still kind of new and speculative, but we got it because we were able to align. And the last thing I'll touch on, because I think this is a problem for this particular thing. The other big piece of our infrastructure, right, is the transition to CCBHC, or Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic. Now, talk about a terrible acronym, right? How close is that to CMHC, right? Which is the system that we're hoping to transition away from. It's like almost the exact same thing. And so we had to deconstruct that as well. And I just thought I'd leave you with sort of like the three things that in my view, and this is Indiana specific, but also I think universal, the reason how we translated this really complicated payment change, or CCBHC at its core is payment reform. And so, but the moment you start using a phrase like PPS rate, people glaze over. You lose them. They don't know what that is, and nor should they really. But we really focused on the person in the community. Like this model will allow us to build sort of individualized and custom treatment pathways for these unique individuals. This model will allow us to respond to community needs. This model will allow us sort of extreme data transparency. And that three-part message, again, it's not perfect. It's not as beautiful as someone to contact, someone to respond, a safe place for help. But that three-part message is why people who are not policy wonks in the General Assembly were able to get up there and explain to their constituents, to their committee members, to their legislators, in caucus rooms, wherever. And Senator Crider was just a champion throughout session, amazing. You know, but he didn't do it alone. He needed his colleagues to come with him. And it's because we gave them something that they could understand. And that was the key, right? And so, you know, Steve and Stephanie and Julie and all the folks in this room from Indiana that were part of this, it gave them something just to talk about in a way that was understandable. So, you know, I was talking to the person from the other state, and that was essentially the conversation. What I just said right now was like, look, yes, the policy is good, and the policy is what we want, but it was the alignment and it was the messaging that actually made it happen. So that is where we are with the beginning of this process. We're excited to see what happens next. We're working real hard, and you know, hopefully in 2 years, the next budget session will come around and we'll have some good things to demonstrate and be able to show the General Assembly that this is worthy of further investment. So hopefully I caught us up on some time a little bit, but I don't know what time it is, but maybe I didn't. All right, perfect.
I think that was fabulous. Jay, thank you so much. Thank you for coming over. Thank you for
Yeah, it was really
joining
far,
us.
just across the street, so,
Really,
you know,
really.
thank you.
Yeah, but we appreciate it. You're a busy guy, and we're really glad that we have you. So Jay mentioned Reverend Lund. There she is. She's right there. And we at Mental Health America are really, really happy to have her, not just here today, but to have her on our board. And we've heard throughout the day from many speakers just how important the faith community is. And you'll be hearing more from Mental Health America about how important spirituality is, but that's to come. That's a little preview for to come. But right now, it is really my great pleasure to introduce Reverend Dr. Sarah Griffin Lund.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to thank Mental Health America for the hardworking staff, for the board, for our affiliates. Thank you to the sponsors and to all the advocates who are here. And as a way to enter into this part of our day, I just want to pause and invite us to take a moment to remember why you are here. Is there a person in your life? We've heard so many stories. Maybe there is someone that really inspires you to do this work day by day. And so to honor them, to honor you, and to honor the collective power we have together in this room and in all of our networks. And so a moment to honor yourself and those in this work with us, and to remember that we are not alone. Thank you. Micah 6:8 is a verse of scripture that inspires me in my life, and that is, what does God require of us? But to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with God. And so I am here as a person in recovery from complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I say that I love Jesus as a Christian, and I love my therapist as a person in recovery, and you can love both. I have written about my life stories. Blessed Are the Crazy, Breaking the Silence about mental illness, family, and church. Tells a story about growing up with a father with serious mental illness, bipolar disorder, that was never treated. And so he was an animal doctor, father of 5 children. And over the years, his mental health deteriorated and broke our whole family apart and took his life. And so growing up in a family that didn't know how to talk about that, but we felt that something was different about our family. And even though we were churchgoers, church was never a place to talk about it. And so I have been called into this life's work of helping to break the silence, helping to end the stigma. And in the spiritual community, there's so much untapped opportunity to look at the grassroots movement and tap into faith leaders. And so as you go back into your communities, I want to challenge you to think about the faith leaders in your community and those partnerships there. Not only did my father have bipolar disorder, but as you all know, it's genetic. And so we have multi-generations of bipolar disorder. My brother has bipolar disorder, and he's on full disability and doing really well in recovery. My nephew has bipolar disorder. He is 13, and 2 years ago came out as transgender and has been hospitalized several times for suicidality. And so I dedicate this work to them, to Andy, and they are preparing to leave Florida, where they live, as refugees and move to San Francisco. And so I resonate with a lot of the conversations today and want to hold accountable the faith community and all of the harm that has been done by religious communities that has actually contributed to our suicide rates and to the deteriorating mental health in our nation. And so one of the roles I have is to be a faith leader who can talk to other faith leaders and really ask the question, how are we doing no harm in what we preach, what we teach, and what we tell folks in our communities? And might that be a nonpartisan conversation? Let's just start with that basic commitment to do no harm. I am married to someone with chronic mental illness. And so I wrote a book called Blessed Union, and that's a very taboo topic to talk about your chosen family, your intimate partnerships in mental illness. And then my newer book is Blessed Youth, Breaking the Silence about mental illness with children and teens, and a survival guide that goes with that. There is so much opportunity for education in the faith community. And so I would invite you to reach out to people in your community who are connected to people of faith. I'm honored to serve nationally, not only on the board of Mental Health America, but on think tanks with the Department of Health and Human Services, looking at faith and suicide prevention, faith and youth mental health. And I serve the denomination, the UCC, as their first minister for disabilities and mental health justice. And the UCC has dedicated ourselves to this work because we have formed a whole curriculum for faith communities called WISE, Welcoming, Inclusive, Supportive, and Engaged for Mental Health. And this is being adopted by synagogues, by Catholic communities, Episcopal communities, Unitarian Universalists. And it's a way for local communities to leverage the faith community as a bridge to mental health care. We know it's very difficult to get into a service provider. There's long waits, or there's stigma that prevents people from getting help, but people are going to their faith communities. And so how can we train our churches, our synagogues, our mosques to provide mental health first aid from a faith perspective. And so that's an exciting effort that is growing across the country. Part of the ministries of that movement is to have a spiritual support group for mental health. Again, it's leveraging spirituality and the connection to a higher power that has unconditional love, regard, and holds us close, helping us feel less alone, giving us hope. And so faith communities can offer this type of support to people who really just need that connection to hope. We also have here in Indiana, Faith in Indiana, and that's where we work together in a grassroots effort to hold people accountable in a moral conversation about what is good and what is right in a way that is nonpartisan. And so this idea of loving our neighbors as ourselves, the golden rule, and how can we love people with mental health conditions, and calling the state of Indiana to fully fund SB 1. And so I was one of the folks who was privileged to give a testimony and to talk honestly about why this is so desperately needed and why, as people who have a moral conscience, would devote ourselves to this work. So as I wrap up here, I do want to encourage you to remember that faith communities are underutilized assets and that we can partner with them to provide mental health support. Especially faith communities care about folks living in poverty. And so it's a way to connect to rural communities and to people who are oppressed. It's also a way that you can help to decrease the harm done by faith communities by educating faith leaders about the LGBTQ high suicide rates and how some of the religious messaging might be contributing to that, whether it's intentional or not intentional. So that is a friendly challenge. I encourage you to help educate faith leaders on that topic. You also can see how faith communities can mobilize people, can inspire people, and also sustain a movement. A lot of our social movements throughout the history of this country have been sustained by faith, by hope. At the end of the day, what is it that encourages you to keep on keeping on? Is it that still small voice? What keeps you going at the end of the day? My hope is that you would find a partner in the faith community, and I'd love to be a partner with you in conversation. That's my life's work. And so I'll be here afterwards to continue to dream with you about how we can leverage faith communities to bring about mental health justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Reverend Lund. We're so happy you could join us today and offer your wonderful, kind words and challenge, that important challenge. We got one more lap, folks. One more. It's a fun one. Come on up here, Regional Policy Council members. And in case anybody's forgotten, we got Shauna Movahill right here from Mental Health Minnesota, Ben Harrington from the Mental Health Association of East Tennessee. Where is our Barb? Okay, and Laura. All right, well, they'll come in. I'll find them, we'll get them. But you have heard from Laura from Vibrant Behavioral Health and from Barb Johnston from the Mental Health Association in New Jersey. So I'm gonna turn things over to Shauna, who's got some exciting things to share with us about how Minnesota got that fee over the finish line. And then Ben's gonna bring us home. Oh, wait, where are you? Do you have any?
There we go.
Do you have anything else you want to say? 'Cause I'm
Thanks,
just-
Marcy. Okay, so I am going to try to cover this really briefly. I could talk about this for a really, really long time, and I'm happy to do that with any of you on an individual basis. So I'll run through my slides pretty quickly, but most of my states are Midwest and West, but just wanted to note that happy to talk through this individually with anybody who might want to try to move something like this forward. So Minnesota in 2023 became the 6th state to enact a telecom fee to support 988 implementation and operations, which was very exciting. That fee is set to cap at 25 cents per month. With the current plan is to start at 12 cents per month, which will raise right around $10 million a year for 988 service. And just to give comparison purposes, the state investment to the Lifeline has been a little under $2 million per year. So this is a huge boost, obviously. And prior to the last few years, there was zero state investment in Lifeline centers. And for a while, there were no 988 calls being answered in Minnesota at all because of that. We did, what was my list? We took the lead as Mental Health Minnesota and the Mental Health Legislative Network in moving this legislation forward. We did use the same language as the Department of Health had put together, but we did not rely exclusively on the state to get this done. So just a little bit about our initial talking points and sort of how we moved forward with this. Obviously talked a lot about the importance of an in-state response, mostly because we have built out a pretty robust crisis system in Minnesota, but that only gets deployed if those are answered in Minnesota. And additional funding had really improved our answer rate. So it was clear that that was the missing piece, right? Is not having enough money to run these, to run the response. So what we really needed was more financial resources. There was, we've seen those rising chat and text needs, specifically around youth. And so as we kept talking about the youth mental health crisis, this certainly was clear that that was an integral part of being able to move forward. We used some data from a survey from NAMI about people's willingness to pay the fee, which is an overwhelming yes, especially when they find out how much they're paying in 911 fees on their monthly cell phone bills. And finally, looking at 988 from an equity perspective in terms of creating an equitable system to address mental health emergencies and parallel services, which includes, of course, 988 call centers to make sure that a mental health crisis gets a mental health crisis response, not a law enforcement or medical response. Some key things that helped us move forward. First was finding the right bill authors. So our House author has authored a number of other mental health legislation. And so she had a lot of passion for this. And then our Senate author was the Health and Human Services chair, because it was really helpful and critical to have someone in the room for those negotiations as the omnibus bills were being determined. Providing those success stories of 988. As well as kind of the widely, the wide varied interactions that 988 has with people who are reaching out. And I was able to do that not just as a new Lifeline Center and an advocate, but I also was a 988 Lifeline counselor. I did that, my graduate school practicum doing that work. So I was able to bring that experience as well. And my board chair was able to also share just his perspective, frankly, as a Black man living with a mental illness who was never going to call 911 as a response to a mental health crisis. We were also able to show current data, which really illustrated that increased demand on the system and made it all the more important that we were able to get the funding we needed. Some things to watch for. I met with the telecom companies pretty early on, but that didn't mean they were particularly upfront with me about their opposition, despite my willingness to look at the things that they wanted changed in the legislation. So those end runs still do happen, regardless of whether or not you start out in a friendly conversation or not. Aligning the fee very closely to 911 really helped us get over the finish line on that one, because that was a lot of their concern, is that they were not enough parallels between that service. And that really helped our Senate author in particular be able to respond to some of those concerns. The other piece to consider is really the possibility of using state general fund money to fund 988 instead of a telecom fee, which obviously some states have elected to do. And that's still positive, certainly. I mean, there's still money going into it, so that's great. My concern and really what helped us move it forward was talking about what happens in the leaner times, right? I mean, Minnesota had an $18 billion surplus this past year. I mean, they spent every penny of it, but what happens when we're not in that situation and we're in the opposite? And I think we all know that mental health is one of the first things to get cut. And so it's important to have that sustainable fee. It also helped us, again, from credit equity standpoint, to be able to talk about the ridiculousness of the differences between a 911 expectation and 988. I mean, there's no way you'd ever call 911 and expect that someone in a different state is picking up, right? That would never, ever happen. And yet that was consistently happening and continues to across the country for 988. Finally, kind of what helped us turn the corner was providing information about the frequency with which 988 interacts with 911 to kind of take some of the pressure off of the 911 emergency response system and the benefit of having that widely available and accessible to reduce our dependence on medical response, EMS, law enforcement, and emergency departments. And the 911 alignment, being able to set that fee and structure and reporting to have that all very well aligned and very similar language for 988 also was really helpful as we emphasize that the importance of having an appropriate response. The last thing that really helped was just talking about the system in general and the fact that one of the objections from the telecom industry was that this fee also allows has an allowable use for providing the actual 988 counseling service. So it does make it a little bit different than 911 in that respect, which is more focused on the infrastructure. My answer to that was simply that, you know, that's an allowable use of the fee, certainly, you know, from federal legislation. But it also reflects the fact that our mental health crisis system is so far behind the system to respond to a physical health emergency that we need that influx of money to build out the system that we really need. So with that, I went through that very quickly, but again, happy to be a resource anytime.
So 2015, I was here for the NCSL meeting and my very first RPC meeting. And I had to ask Debbie why you hired me to be an RPC rep. And she got kind of embarrassed and she said, okay, Ben, you're the only Democrat I know in the state of Tennessee. So there's now 3 other Harringtons in the household, and she's met Gloria Johnson. So now we're up to 5. So it's all good, but seriously, there are a few more. Folks, my phone keeps blowing up. I desperately am with you. I understand we're getting closer to the 5 o'clock happy hour timeframe. We'll get there soon. So yeah, but the text messages are coming through. All right, so let's go ahead with my slides, please. Okay, so racing to access and equity. I wanted to talk a little bit about what's going on in the state of Tennessee, if I could. So how did we get to a place where a Republican governor decides to call for a special session on guns and mental health? Wow, that's hard, right? Because all 3 houses, the governor's mansion, the Senate, and the House of Representatives is controlled by the GOP. So how did we get there? Well, there was a shooting in late March of this year. And then that led to all sorts of protests in Nashville, rightly so, about gun access and vulnerable people being unsafe. So the interesting thing, though, is the governor heard the call. The public data, 80% of Tennesseans want more accountability. It's too easy to get access to a gun, all of that information. But the governor's family was directly connected to one of the principals that was shot and killed at the school, Covenant, at the Covenant School. And that provided a little bit different motivation for the governor. So the governor, tail end of the legislative session, filed some bills, wanted to speed up the background check process, and also wanted to force through at the right time when there was the public outcry, a ERPO bill in the state of Tennessee. Well, our legislature, being so stout, decided, well, thank you, Governor. It's now time to vote on the budget so we can get the heck out of Dodge. So that's what they did. So our governor then decided, that's fine. I'm calling a special session. So welcome to the Demolition Derby. It starts next week. And I kid you not, it is going to be a process where there is a ton of deflection. All the Republicans are going to say it's too soon, even though it's months away from that shooting. All the Republicans are going to say it's people with mental illness, right? Now, there's a bunch of different studies we can cite. Mental Health America's own data that shows 95% of all gun deaths are not persons with a mental illness. It's only 5%. And those are scam likely. Okay, that's good. So I thought it was Mary calling me again. Yeah. So that's an important piece of data we're going to be citing. But the Republicans are citing two different Secret Service studies from the Threat Assessment Center. One is showing overall with mass shootings, in their view, persons with mental illness are involved. And I'm sitting here going, read the fine print, please. The fine print says it's people who have had a loss and have a need for some retribution. That's the walk away from that report. The same can be said about the Secret Service study on school shootings. It's kids who have had a loss or kids who need to seek retribution for the way they've been treated. So those are big things. But we've got to play the game. We got to thank these Republican legislators for their interest in mental health, but try to reshape the conversation, if you will. So there's going to be tons of finger pointing and blaming it on somebody else. But there's also going to be other things. There is a call for the legislators to all go to Nashville this week for, are you ready for this one? The GOP loyalty test. The GOP loyalty test is a demand that all the GOP legislators meet with the NRA representatives to kind of hear what their voting instructions are. So it's a loyalty test. Can't call it anything else. So you know what's going to happen if there is a bill, an ERPO bill. They're going to sit here and say, hey, it doesn't matter, Governor, if you call it a mental health extreme risk protection order. It looks like a pig. You can put lipstick on that pig. It's still a pig. We're not voting for it. And that's where they're going to be. So they're not going to do that. But so where are we going to be? Our legislators are desperate. They really don't want to be here. If you could ask the Republican legislators, would you go to a special session? They'd say, no, I don't want to do it at all. So they're at a place where they've got to go next week. It may last 2 or 3 weeks. They don't want to be there. They're desperate for an off-ramp to get out. But they also want to be able to tell their constituents, hey, we did something. So what is that something going to look like? So first of all, this is where I think it could get real cute. the governor issued an executive order in the session to speed up background checks. And everyone thought, oh, that's great. You saved us. We don't have to do anything because you've done the work, Governor, right? So they have to codify the executive order. But they're also confused. They thought background checks were sort of instant. And now they're realizing, oh, they got to put some money into the infrastructure to make it a lot faster. So infrastructure and people can speed that up. But here's how cute it's going to be. And I'm not telling anyone in Tennessee this because I don't want them to think it through. If this moves us to eventually having an instant background check system, now think this through. What is your biggest loophole to get a gun in your state? It is all the gun shows. But if we have closed the gap and made it instant background check, how can they say, oh, we can't do gun background checks at the gun shows anymore? So I think there might be some way. We're going to have to see how this wiggles through. But that's one thing. The next thing that is important there is the governor has put some guardrails or handcuffs on the gun legislation that can happen in the session. The two guardrails are this. We can have legislation that promotes safe storage by extending the sales tax holiday on gun safes and trigger locks and stuff like that. We can make that year round. So that's good, but there's a caveat to that language. You can't tack on anything that's going to make the gun owner responsible if someone who shouldn't have access to the gun gets a hold of the gun and then does something. So really bizarre stuff. We value gun ownership. We don't value people. So that's where that is. The other guardrail that's in place with the whole legislative session is RPOs. Because the governor suggested it with a bill during the legislative session, there's a call to run an RPO bill through the session. With the caveat, you can't have an ex parte clause in the RPO bill. Does everyone know what that is, or do I need to be instructional? Okay. Ex parte is Latin and very loosely based. It means without a participant, right? And so that means that you could have a RPO hearing with the judge, but if you don't have ex parte language, then it means the accused doesn't have to participate in the hearing, right? And so it waters down the extreme order of protection in a big way. So the interesting thing is this. With RPO bills, you get folks saying, oh, don't take away our Second Amendment rights. Well, Heller, with the Supreme Court hearing our case, already validated an RPO bill or an RPO law in your state does not take away anyone's rights. So that's your talking point wherever you got to go take this message back later. The other thing is folks always say, oh, don't take away our due process. Well, wait a sec. The governor has already watered down the bill by removing ex parte language from the bill. The ex parte part of an RPO bill is the due process. It means you would have a hearing, you'd have to go before the judge to help defend yourself as to why you shouldn't have your guns put into safe storage, that sort of thing. But if you take the ex parte part, the participation in the hearing away, now that person isn't really having due process. So it's really kind of entertaining. Let's have a bill, but let's not include the part that requires the due process, but they're going to take it away. So anyway, the last thing I will tell you is right now, there's a lot of money being talked about in Tennessee. And Gloria talked a little bit about the billions of dollars of surplus and you know, sales tax revenues over expense for the year, that sort of thing. There's conversation about $250 million of one-time money going into mental health. So that's all good, but we're telling folks, don't you dare make it one time. We got to make it recurring, or you're going to have a bunch of koozies and pens purchased all across the state. It won't do us any good. Yes, I got to wrap up. But the other thing is we got to do some other things that are quite thoughtful. Early intervention is key. dial it up into schools so we can do mental health education. We can do mental health treatment in schools, clinicians, therapists, embed all those resources, that sort of thing, because that's how we get people into service a whole lot faster. And we prevent that 10 to 12 year treatment delay period. So I've been told to be quiet and to hand this off to Barb.
Thank you. And I'm going to be really fast. I'm going to give you 3 sound bites. Okay, my experience in New Jersey is that 988 is a nonpartisan issue. We had 100% voting in favor of the bill, completely unanimous on both sides of the aisle. So use it. Our entire mental health coalition got behind it. I have no dissenters at all. That's one. The second, in New Jersey, we were able to convince the administration to add psychiatric residents because we were not getting enough federal money and the spots. We have over 30 psychiatric residents that have been added. It's our 3rd year of funding. And we also have 5 community and adolescent psychiatry fellows added in New Jersey. How do we keep them? We're working with the division right now on studying what's going to make them stay. Sorry, guys, we want them in New Jersey, not in your states, but they leave us because we're too expensive. But we are working on it. The best part is, do you know that the psychiatric residents in their rotation never had a community requirement for rotation? They are now required to have community rotations. And it is critically important because then they see who our people are. And we're getting phenomenal responses from the providers where they're working. People love it. They want to come back and they say they want to do pro bono work after they graduate. So it's really making a huge impact. The other one, I'm looking at Will. So we're going to talk more about peers. In our cluster, we are very interested in expanding certification, possibly looking at some co-occurring certifications for peers, which we really want to be innovative there. We did do advocacy and we got our government, our administration to pay for all certifications for all peers in both substance use and mental health, so they do not have to pay. Those are my sound bites.
Thank you. I won't be as quick as Barb, but I will know because I do want to make sure I share information. I also want to make sure we get out of here. That's where Barb and I were eating the snacks because we thought they were being taken away, but they were just bringing them inside. So, but I do want to share some information around those of you who may be thinking about 988 legislation. And please do reach out to Vibrant because we have model legislation that does include the fee, includes mobile crisis, and includes crisis stabilization and workforce components. When you're thinking about structuring your fee, some of the things that we have learned along the way and what Shauna has also mentioned, telecom, right? They have a strategy called low and limited. So their strategy is to keep fees under 30 cents and limit it to crisis services, the crisis line, contact center operations only. They don't want it to pay for mobile crisis. They don't want it to pay for crisis stabilization. Of course, we have ways to help push back against that. Vibrant has developed a toolkit that has op-ed and other talking points that we have shared with Minnesota and New Jersey, and happy to share with you all as well. And we'll be updating it for the next session. When you think about 911, they are a good partner, right? Because they don't want to be in this space. They don't want to spend their time on the wall waiting for someone to be admitted into the emergency room. And so what we also learned from that interaction is that some PSAPs are penalized if they transfer calls to 988. So Utah actually passed a bill this year that allowed their PSAPs to transfer calls to 988 and poison control and not be penalized for those transfers. Any other transfers, they're penalized and they get less 911 money, federal funds. The other thing is that you don't want to combine the 988 and 911 fees. So perhaps you're thinking, oh, we could just increase the 911 fee and give some of that to 988. That is commingling. That is technically against the law. The FCC releases a report every year around states that are that divert funds, and you could put your 911 grants at risk. They can be on the same line on a bill, but the procedures for collection are separate. So those are just a few tips that I wanted to share. And of course, happy to talk to anyone. And Vibrant is happy to partner with folks. I want to share some updates from my cluster within the RPC. So Florida is one of my states. Their Mental Health Advocacy Coalition held a really great advocacy day this year. They've been working on updating the Baker Act, which requires police transport and involuntary commitment procedures for folks. So they've been trying to amend that so there's more of that public health approach, and they continue to make strides on that. What I've heard from our South Carolina folks, they're really struggling with their state reorganization. So that's impacted some of their advocacy. And California, of course, such a large state, so many diverse needs. And so what they've been focusing on that they've reported to me is homelessness, one of those social determinants of health. And of course, that impacts mental health. And then, of course, my cluster also includes Hawaii, which right now is struggling with the wildfire. So I have checked in with Brian. We've provided him resources for our disaster distress helpline, which is another crisis line that Vibrant operates that's really stood up around any disaster, man-made or natural. But I just wanted to showcase some of the work that's going on across the country. So thank you.
Wonderful or what? I mean, come on, let's hear it for our RPC rep. Thank you all. And I can see that the room is mostly filled with affiliates, and I really appreciate that because we really love you guys, and they are all here as a resource. Thank you. Thank you. You know, we're all here as a resource, and we're really strong together and sharing all this information. I want to again thank our industry partners. A few of them still are hanging out with us. Thank you, thank you. And because without your support, we wouldn't be able to do all the terrific work we do. So I'm going to get you all out of here on time. And affiliates, I'll see you all later. Thank you. Oh, you're not coming?